Hey, welcome back to another episode of Midnight Quest, the only show on Twitch where you're genuinely missing out unless you're here 30 minutes before the stream even goes live. That's right. You might miss all sorts of fun conversations like Gohan trebucheting a piece of Tupperware containing one single brownie all the way to Ohio. Absolutely. You miss all the good stuff. You miss the void, you miss the theme song, you miss the great conversations. Gotta be here at 11:30 for the show that starts at midnight. Nailed it. Good to see everybody. I hope everybody's doing good tonight. Oh man, Gohan is on a 40 stream streak. That is so awesome, man. Thank you so much for that. AWOL Trooper is here as well. How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see. We've got a whole bunch of people. We got Justin in here. Gohan's in here. Dr. Funnut's in here. Cody's in here. We got a whole bunch of good stuff going on. So we are headed tonight, of course, back into the hero's continued journey to solve the mystery of the Talisman of Lore. Tonight, we are headed back to the city of Kalos, where the heroes went to defeat the Witch Lord not too long ago. This time, we are headed for the ruined halls of the High Mages, where the heroes have been told they might find something to help them cast the dread spirit Melar out of the Talisman of Lore. Let's hope that the information that we've got is correct. Now, I would really like to get all the way through this entire quest tonight. I hesitate to say that it's short. Looks like it should be, but every time I say that, I end up being wrong about it. So I suppose we should dive into some quest setup so that we can get this thing started and good to go. Oh, AWOL's doing good. Great. Great to hear. Gohan says I have to stay away from Target. Yes, that first light temptation is real. Oh, Justin's got a free day at work, not doing anything except maybe giving one guy 60 30-second breaks. Yeah. And Rukoro says, I'm at least awake. I took a nap at 5 p.m. and woke up at 10. Yes, I missed saying Rukoro. Rukoro is here. Yes, good to see you as well. I knew there was another name in the back of my head when I was naming names. Like, there was another name that I know I saw in there. Glad to see you. John says, I'm going to leave with that stupid hero quest one of these days. Oh, you know it. It calls. It calls just like the void. Okay, let's choose some heroes. Switch over to the board camera here quick, and we will come over here. Okay, now we currently have 13 heroes in the ranks, but only 4 heroes can go on one quest at a time. So we have these Beatles cards here, which line up with a character randomizer on the wall behind me. This will help us randomly select heroes and also keep our heroes in the ranks about the same as far as the number of quests they've been on. Now, normally we pick 4. Again, people, if you've been here for a while, you probably know this already. Tiaga the Warlock, who is the bearer of the Talisman of Lore, is required to go on every single quest in the current book that we are in. So we only need to pick 3 because Tiaga is our 4th. Gohan says, I get that it's not as good, but for 50 bucks it seems like a steal. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, that first light is definitely a good place to start. Yes, and you're right, Gohan, also about the stupid roll. The stupid roll gets even stupider tonight. All right. Our first hero going along in the quest with Tiaga is the Ace of Clubs, which is Sir Ragnar. Oh no, that immediately means we are not going to get through this quest quick. Sir Ragnar is our lead hero tonight. The next hero is the Three of Diamonds, which is Morkai the Wizard. Here is Morkai. And our final hero for tonight, the Six of Diamonds, which is Moonstone the Druid. And here is Moonstone right here. Now, with Moonstone and Tiaga, they both have shape-shifting spells. So Moonstone can shape-shift into this bear-like creature, so we're going to grab that mini and set it aside. Tiaga also is able to transform into this demon creature here, so we've got that also off to the side and ready to go. All right, Frascos is here as well with the Dancing Grumina. I love it. Justin says the hero poses are different between the regular base game and the First Light, plus First Light has the dragon and the double-sided board. Very true. Yeah, and Rukoro agrees the quest just became longer with Ragnar here. Yes. All right, Voidlings, now if you behave, we'll still get through this. Okay, let me grab some character sheets here. Let me grab everybody's. Now we've got Tiaga's stuff out already because we don't even bother putting it away since she's going on every quest. But we need the other three. There's Moonstone. There's Ragnar. And there's Mordecai. Yes! Oh, yeah, absolutely. Frasco says the demon creature thing is sick. Yes! What is behave you speak of? We know only chaos. This is true. Fair point. And no complaints. Of course, yeah. Oh, Gohan, you've come to the wrong place if you're looking for people to tell you to save money and not buy Hero Quest. Excuse me. I'm quite sure I'm going to be coughing a lot tonight because I am having awful acid reflux. And I took some medicine and it appears to be doing nothing. All right, the first thing that we need to do is determine our difficulty level. Ah, Liviani is here. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing good. We're getting set up. You there with the "Are you ready, kids"? Aye, aye, Captain. Oh, and Justin's been killing lots of Chaos Warriors today. Ah, you can't beat that. All right. Let's see. Now we have a difficulty chart up here on the wall too. So depending on the kind of general experience level of the 4 heroes going on a quest, we have potentially harder monsters. Let's see how many skill set points we have between this particular set of 4 heroes. So Ragnar has 28. Mordecai has 22. Moonstone also has 28, and then of course Tiaga is really unbalancing the scales, being that she's been required to go on all the quests. She has 40. Dang it. Either says I can't hear you. Oh, the volume was turned down. That's so good. And Frasco says your drawer organization is on point. Oh, thank you. Yes, I have many drawers. many drawers that are labeled when I feel like my eyes can read, you know. That's the good stuff. Leviani says, sure thing, going to be lurking again today while playing RuneScape with my wife. Nice. Oh, that's fantastic. I see you there's got an item swap put in. We'll get that here in a second. Justin says, got into playing Warhammer Vermintide on PC. The Skaven and forces of Chaos are trying to take over. Nice. Frascos, I love that. Many drawers. Okay, that gives us a total of 118 points, which puts us in level 4 difficulty, which means monsters have an extra body point and an extra attack dice. Boss monsters are impervious to long range. So you can't shoot at a boss. You can still spell them, but you can't shoot at them with a bow. Monsters are all going to have an extra body point and an attack dice, and also the boss monsters will have a potion of healing. And I do believe we have a boss tonight, so that will be something that we want to keep in mind for sure. Okay, let's take care of that item swap, because if I don't do it now, I will absolutely forget. We are first going to draw a card, and the suit is going to determine which hero is the target. And the card we drew here, which camera are we looking at, is a Diamonds card, which is, this is Mordecai. Mordecai has 3 items, an Airwalk, a Spell Tome, and a Lightning Bolt Scroll. So let's see which one of those items is he losing right now. High card is going to be the Lightning Bolt Scroll, and that scroll is going to, instead of Mordecai, jump over to Moonstone the Druid. Very nice. We'll go ahead and erase that and write it over there instead. Lightning Bolt Scroll. And that kind of worked out, because now I need to pass out the items, so might as well get them switched before we're putting the cards down. Had to Google that one. Looks kind of sick. I still want to play that newer Warhammer game too. Never got to it. Game time. Yes. Justin says I've never heard spell casting as someone called spell them before. Yeah. Yep. It's a verb now. You can spell them. All right. So let's see. It looks like old Raggy's got 3 potions of healing, and that is it at the moment. So there are those. Mordecai has the Airwalk and the Spell Tome. So the Airwalk is going to allow him to jump over traps, and the Spell Tome means that he can gain all of the spells he's casted back. Actually, casted probably isn't the right word for that, right? All of the spells he has cast, he can get them back. And there's a few difficult monsters in here in addition to the boss, so that may also be very helpful tonight. Moonstone has got a toolkit, an Elixir of Life. Oh, well, there's the Lightning Bolt scroll that she just got from the item swap. Elixir of Life, Wand of Magic, and a Potion of Healing. There's the potion. One of these days, Elixir of Life, Wand of Magic. Okay, good. Okay, so the Wand of Magic is also something that I need to just remember that she has, because that means she can cast 2 spells on a single turn, or 2 spells as a single action. Spell them good, yes. Exactly. Okay, let me check real quick, too, to make sure that we don't need an armory. Anything from the armory before we get moving? I don't think we do. Since toolkits have been moving around, I want to make sure nobody needs one of those. Ragnar's got toolkit disarm. Mordecai's got toolkit disarm. Excuse me, Moonstone has a toolkit. Tiaga has toolkit disarm, and she also has a toolkit because of the item swap. So yeah, we're all good on that. Don't think we need to buy anything. No, it does not appear so. So we just need to get spells and skills, and then we're ready to play. All right, Ragnar has the 3 knight skills: Concentrated Attack, Imperial Training, and Rallying Call. We will cover what those do when and if he uses them, just so that we can cut down on a little bit of talking here before we get started. Mordecai needs spells, Moonstone needs spells, Tiaga needs a couple more spells. Okay. That number is definitely not right. Hold on a minute. When I copied all the information down, I wrote down how many spells Moonstone gets wrong. She has almost maxed out magic memorization. Moonstone should have 7. I wrote 1. 7. She gets 7 spells. Okay, so 3 of those 7 spells need to be the Druid spells, which are Life Force, Pixie, and Shapeshift. Again, we will cover what those do when and if she uses them. She is going to get an additional 4 spells from the regular pile. Hey, hey! Justin says, when prom comes around, you must spell it. Problem, yeah, when a problem comes around, yeah. Prom work too somehow, yes. And Shamrock says, hello! Hello back! Yes, indeed. Okay, now, let's see. Mordecai just has basic spells. He doesn't have anything fancy because he hasn't been really working on magic skill. Moonstone has a bunch of extra stuff, and so does Tiaga. So our spell, what we can end up with in the spells is getting a little bit complicated. Fresco says, just got done rewatching Lord of the Rings in its entirety. If at any point they would have said, Gandalf, spell it. So sick, yeah. Oh, they should have. Missed opportunity right there. That's fantastic. Okay, so what do we need here? Moonstone has tier 2 spells, tier 3 earth spells. Got those. She also has protection spells. Oh, I see. And Tiaga has tier 2 spells, protection spells, and darkness spells. Okay, I think I've got all the appropriate piles pulled out here. Switch back over here so that we can actually see these piles of spells. Now, most of these spells are going to be randomly assigned. However, each of our 3 spell-wielding characters actually get to pick a little bit. So Mordecai gets 9 total spells, but he gets to pick 1. He doesn't have any healing in his inventory, so I think we should probably give him a Water of Healing or a Heal Body. Doesn't really matter which one. They do the same thing, so we'll just give him the first one that pops up. Gohan says, I can pay for shipping and wait a few days and save $9, or go get it tomorrow and pay the extra. That's also a pretty good deal, getting First Light a little cheaper. And Justin says, doesn't Gandalf use like 2 spells the whole time? Oh, jeez. I don't think we see a lot. Let's see, Moonstone gets to pick 2 spells. What are the 2 tier 3 earth spells? They are actually both pretty good. Reveal Map and Elemental Armor are both pretty decent. I think we want to give her the Reveal Map at least. That will require, I would have to put down all walls and doors in the entire quest. So it doesn't reveal traps or monsters, but walls and doors, that's good. Let's give her a protection spell too. Wall of Stone, I feel, we haven't used it yet, but I feel like it's got a really good use. Somewhere in there, that one is going to be really good. Now, Tiaga gets 5 spells total. She's already got her 3 Warlock spells, so she just needs to pick 1 more. And I'm tell you what, I think we're going to give her Arrows of the Night. That has come in really, really handy the last several quests that she's had it. So I think let's give her that one. Okay, and then we need to shuffle all of this into this deck. Now, it doesn't matter a whole bunch really where the stuff goes, because we're gonna kind of shuffle it even more into smaller piles before we start randomizing people getting stuff. So it doesn't really matter where it goes. It also doesn't matter if I know where the stuff is, because the cards are going to choose for us. So now that we've got everything in one big pile, we're going to break it down into 4 smaller piles. And we'll take care of all of the random spells. Now, as I'm looking at it, Ragnar is also going to get a spell. Now, he can't get any of the particularly good ones. He's got to have basic spells. But he must have started going down the magic skill / magic memorization tree to get a spell. So it's probably not going to be anything super fancy, but he does get one. All right, now this is not how normal HeroQuest does this. I imagine pretty much all of you in the chat probably knows this by this point, because I've explained it a billion times. That, and even if you haven't heard me explain it, you may know how HeroQuest works well enough to know there are 4 elemental abilities in the spells in regular HeroQuest, and normally if you're an elf, you pick 1, you get those 3 spells, and if you're a wizard, you pick 3 of the other elements and you get all of them. So we randomize everything, just because it has a pretty big effect on how these characters can act in the quests, whether or not they get really good stuff, really bad stuff. They might get doubles or triples of stuff. The basic stuff. We don't have doubles or triples of the really good stuff. Let's see. Potion goes to, what's his name again? Starts with a T. Frascos is accusing Justin of being a Saruman type of guy. Yes, okay. Let's get a spell for Ragnar first, since he got drawn first. This is going to be pile number 1, card number 6 right here. And again, if we land on a tier 2 spell or a tier 3 spell or any of the fancy stuff, we'll just skip it, because Ragnar can't have those. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is this fire spell, which is Courage. Oh, that's not a bad pull for a single spell. Temporary attack boost as long as he can see monsters or whoever he ends up casting that on, if we remember to cast it at any point. Mordecai needs to get 8 random spells. So let's get into that. Pile number 1, card 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 is Pass Through Rock. Not the most handy thing ever. Pile 2, card 1 is Courage. Kind of the same thing that Ragnar just got. Not bad, not bad. Pile 3, card 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is Heal Body. Fairly obvious what that does, I should hope. Pile 1, card 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and... okay, so Mordecai can't have a tier 2 spell, so we'll just go to the very next card that's not one of those, which is Genie. A few more here. Pile 4, card 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 is Water of Healing. Another healer spell. Pile 2, card 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is Tempest. Again, we will be covering what these spells do when and if they use them. Pile 4, card 8, just so that we're not doing too much explanation at the beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 is Rock Skin. And one more spell for Mordecai. Pile 3, card 3. 1, 2, and 3 is another Water of Healing. Not too bad. Moonstone needs 2 more spells at random. She's getting pile 4, card 2. 1 and 2 is Fire of Wrath. And her last one is pile 2, card 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is Water of Healing. And finally, Tiaga needs 1 more spell. And it's going to be pile 4, card number 1, which is Veil of Mist. Definitely not a super handy one there. There you go. Frasco says, man, stoked for the game to get going. Been dabbling in Baldur's Gate 3, which is my biggest exposure to D&D kind of stuff. It's been a joy. Nice. I've never played Baldur's Gate 3, but I've seen it played a couple of times. Okay, so the last thing that we need to do now before the quest can actually get started is I just kind of need to do a little bit of cleanup. So I want to get those fancy spells taken out of these piles so that when we do this same thing tomorrow, I'm not having to sort through a bunch of stuff. There we go. Luckily, they all have different enough backs that it's pretty easy to tell when we're looking at something. There we go. Oh, that was a tier 3 spell there. And last pile. There's that other spell of protection. There's a couple more tier 2 spells. We didn't land on just about anything fancy. It's kind of surprising. Get my piles put away here. And then let me clean up. We'll go ahead and switch back to face cam here because we'll need that. Get these spells put in a place that they're not super in the way. Okay, and I need to remember during the quest not to totally discard Mordekai's spells when he uses them in case we end up using the Spell Tome artifact. And also that Moonstone can technically cast 2 spells as a single action. Excuse me. Alright, so let's get some music started. We'll read the quest text and we will get playing. There you go. Justin says call off work to play Hero Quest. That's the best advice anybody's going to give all night. Actually, just quit. You don't need a job. Hero Quest is a job. Okay, this is Quest 9, Halls of the High Mages. And so, my friends, you must travel back to Kalos, where you defeated the Witch Lord. I am glad you will be presented the opportunity to see the splendors of the Halls of the High Mages, although I regret that you could not have seen it in its heyday before the First War. The time has come to vanquish Melar's dread spirit, to cast it out of the talisman and let the foul phantom be blown to the winds. And off it goes. Oh, almost forgot about character cards. As I so often do. I would have remembered pretty quick when I realized I didn't know whose turn it was. There we go. Also, Baldur's Gate 3 seems basic at face value, but it really offers all the oddly specific BS you can pull in real-life D&D. Nice, agreed, fire it up, yes! Cody says my mortgage would argue. Yeah, same with mine, yeah. Leviani says, plus the story building they did in Baldur's Gate 3 is insane. I had a group with 2 work partners and we played once a week for 2 years to finish it. Nice! Oh, and Bonoboy Want Banana is here. Hello, good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Glad everybody is headed in. You've come in just in time. So we are actually getting ready to start the quest. We've got through the setup and we're we're ready to actually start. Okay. What would be, by the way, Bonoboy Want Banana, what would be a good way to shorten your name so I don't say the whole thing every time? Or would you rather I say the whole thing every time? Banana. Got it. Thank you for that. That's the way to go. By the way, if anybody in here would like me to say their name differently or say a different part of their name, if I ever shorten it in a way that isn't right, please don't be afraid to let me know. Okie dokie, so we are starting with an entrance room today. Why are we not switching cameras? That's what we want. And we are starting off on this part of the map. We are going into the quest right here in the central door. So we've got our 4 heroes, Ragnar, Mordecai, Moonstone, and Tiaga, ready to enter the quest immediately. You there says you shorten names? Nah. I do often say your entire name when you come in here because whenever I say somebody is here, you know, oh, Frascos is here. Well, that's part of your username anyway, right? So I often say, you there is here. Ooh, what's going on? We reached this sub goal. That's awesome. Thanks, everybody. I don't know if I'd seen that particular thing before. That was a noise I was not expecting. Yeah. Justin says you have to say the whole name every time, just like a pimp named Slickback from Boondocks. Yes. Oh. And Shamrock says, I'd like to be called the great emote maker. Yes, that you are, that you are. Record says, I should cook some food, but too lazy to get up. Totally understand that. Banana asks, who is playing? So it's just me. Just me. But we are going to be randomizing pretty much everything that the heroes do so that we can kind of make up for the fact that I know what the dungeon map is. Frasco, oh, that's great. Felipe Escobar, please. Absolutely. Okie dokie. So, of course, we pretty much immediately treat that door as an open door. So we need to populate the hallway. So you can see some walls I placed down that block the heroes from going in that particular direction. There are also a few doors right off the bat. There is a door leading into this blue room. Here we go. We got a door leading into this kind of yellowish room. The walls are acting very tight. Don't want to let the doors go down in there. And then there is also a door into this lower blue room. Is one of the random options running away and going home? And you there says, unfortunately not. Oh no, we don't have any cowardly heroes, unfortunately. It's not a random choice, but you can do that in the game for real. Yes, true. We also got a goblin. That's interesting. I don't know that I ever really registered that. There is a single mountain goblin in this hallway, just sort of kind of hanging out down here. Right down there near the bottom in the blue room right there. Just kind of just like, hey guys, I don't know. He's just there. Okay. We also need to remember that when it is Tiaga's turn and she is last in the turn order, that she has her stupid roll, which means she has to roll 2 movement dice and get equal to or more than her mind points, which currently is 10. So she has to roll a 10, 11, or 12. If she does not meet that criteria, she loses a body point. And in this quest, and I think tomorrow's quest, or the next quest, if we don't finish this one today, in addition to losing a body point, it also summons 2 orcs. Now these orcs will not be positively affected by our difficulty chart. They will just be regular basic stat orcs, because it could be that these are getting summoned every single turn. But, you know. Shamrock says, wait, question, is any of her mind points from items? One of them is. It is she is receiving a mind point from the Talisman of Lore. However, she cannot remove that. There you go. So if I switch it off before the roll, oh, never mind. Yeah, that's actually what this whole quest book is about. Is that suddenly she was unable to remove the talisman. And Banana says, the characters might hear you. Okay, and and Dr. Funnuts casted a dread spell. Okay, they made dread this. Okay, so here's a small change we've made, just so that everybody's aware. We talked about this in the creative stream last night, but just in case anybody wasn't here, the Wandering Monster redeems and the Dread Spell redeems are going to be targeted at a random hero now. So rather than the Redeemer getting to choose who it gets done to, just to prevent bullying of a single hero, essentially. So let's go ahead and get that done before we really get started on the quest. So we've got a big old pile of dread spells right here. That is a thick pile of cards right there. We are going to first draw a card, let the suit determine who is getting a spell cast on them, and then we will draw 2 cards, put those 2 numbers together, go that many cards down in the dread spell deck, and as long as it makes sense, we will cast that dread spell. Ragnar doesn't get bullied anymore. Yeah. And Frasco says, dang, the bullying was the point. Okay, so let's see who's getting a dread spell cast on him. Well, look at that. It's Ragnar. Hearts means Ragnar. All right, and looks like we are going down 17 cards in the dread spell deck. I'll just kind of pick up the top pile here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And okay, so that is what we drew there is summon specters, which we can't do. This is a dread spell I should probably temporarily take out of the deck. So specters are a monster we have not come across yet. So we'll check out what the next card is and see if the next card is one we can do. Escape is also not one that we can do. Channel Dread, maybe? Okay, yeah, we can do Channel Dread. I've actually never seen this spell used before, so I had to read it to see what it did. Of course, it's Ragnar. And you there says, I used reverse psychology on the cards. Oh, I love it. All right, let's see. So Channel Dread. This spell may be cast on any one hero to attempt to exhaust their life force. Roll 1 movement dice. For each monster adjacent to the caster, add 1 point to the total. Now, there's no monsters in this case, so this is just going to be whatever the dice rolls. On a 1 or 2, the hero resists the spell. On a 3, the hero resists the spell, but the caster may use the spell again. On a 4 or 5, the hero loses 1 body point, and on a 6, the hero loses 2 body points. So if you direct your attention to the bottom left corner of the screen, you will find a dice cam. We're going to roll a dice down in and see what we get here. Oh, well, looks like Ragnar has resisted the spell. However, because this is a redeem, I think we should roll until it does something. But I think it's a little bit unfair to, that's a lot of points to just waste. So let's say 1 or 2 is re-roll because this is a redeem. 4, that's a little better. Ragnar's gonna lose a body point. So Ragnar going in with a little bit less than normal because you guys channeled some dread at him. Banana says, when you first said body points, I thought you said body parts, and I was like, what? Oh, that's great. Body points is how we represent health in this game, but yeah, that is a understandable confusion. Okie dokie, Ragnar's turn. Now, he has several options he can do here. He can search this hallway for traps, search that hallway for secret doors, or just move out into the hallway. He likes to search for treasure. He can't do that right now, so we are going to search for secret doors by the looks of it. Ragnar is searching this hallway for secret doors using his warrior sense to sense if there is a secret door without having to literally check every piece of the hallway, and there are none in this particular hallway. Oh man. Ragnar loses an arm. He'll be fine. He's been bullied, so he's used to it. Yeah. Childrenless are the heroes now. Yeah. Oh, so a little bit of backstory there, Banana. In the official Hero Quest canon, Ragnar is a traitor who's kind of like on the path to being redeemed. I did not keep that storyline in the Midnight Quest canon, but yeah, a lot of the chat doesn't like him anyway. His character really is just a piece of crap in the actual Hero Quest canon. Okay, second action for Ragnar. He can either search for traps or walk out into the hallway, and he is going to walk out into the hallway. Maybe he's kind of a piece of crap in our canon too, actually. Let's kind of see. So 1, he's got a 6 here, and he is going to move upward. And the reason I say that is because you should always search for traps before you walk into an area, made obvious by the fact that right there is a spear trap that he is now going to have to try and jump over, which he could have found if he had searched. So we're gonna roll a combat dice, and if he gets a shield of either color, he has successfully jumped over this trap. If it's a skull, it hits him and stops his movement. Okay, so he did successfully jump over that trap. However, because he didn't search for traps, jumping over this trap onto the next square, he is also accosted by a pit trap, which he could have found if he had searched. We're doing the exact same roll here. If he gets a shield of either color, he's fine. If he gets a skull, he fell in the pit. Okay, so he actually has somehow managed to accidentally jump over both of those traps. Now the spear trap is gone once it's triggered, but the pit trap stays. Jeez, Ragnar. Dr. Fronda says he's a traitor to the dice rolls, so yes, we hate him, yeah. Banana says he seems like a cool guy. No one can say no balls against him anymore because it would just be a fact. Rukor says super jump, yes. Yeah, no kidding, Frascos. That was incredibly lucky of him. Now, he could open that door, but he doesn't have another action left. I feel like he should quit pressing his luck, and we should probably stop his turn right there, because that's ridiculous. Okay, Morkai the wizard. It is now his turn. He could go ahead and cast Rock Skin. That's something that we should at least ask about. Morkai could search the hallway for traps, move out into the hallway, or cast Rock Skin on somebody. He is searching the hallway for traps, like a smart boy. There are 2 additional traps in the hallway, in addition to the 2 that Ragnar just found with his stupid head. There is an additional spear trap right here, and an additional pit trap right here. Now the heroes can work to disarm those instead of worrying about getting hit by them, but you never know. He clearly needs to just not worry about the existence of traps. Open the door. Yeah, I'm not surprised, yeah. Roscoe says, what happens if you fall in the pit? Subterranean shunning grounds? Yeah, you just lose a body point and then you can climb out on the next turn. Bono Boy says, how many shields are there and how many skulls on the die? Elden Ring. Only played Elden Ring for 2 years solid, still play duels from time to time. That's a good question, Banana. So this dice is laid out like this. We have 3 different icons that are on the die. Shields and skulls are 50-50. So we've got 3 skulls. We've got 2 white shields, which are kind of for the heroes, and 1 black shield, which is for the monsters. So combat is done completely with these dice. Skull means you hit, shield means you block if you're a hero, the white shield, and if you're a monster, the black shield. Okay, so now that Morkai has searched for traps, he does have another action. So is he going to move out into the hallway or cast Rock Skin on somebody? He's going to move out into the hallway. He's saving that Rock Skin for now. He is moving 9 squares. Is he moving up or down? He is going to follow Ragnar. Now, it would be silly for him to try and jump that pit trap, so we'll just stop him right there. Awesome. Moonstone. Moonstone the Druid is back here. It is now her turn. All of the searching has been done, so her options right at the moment are move out into the hallway, cast Shapeshift, cast Reveal Map. And she is moving, so we're not doing any casting quite yet. 1. Now, we've already got 2 heroes going that way, so let's send her this way. 2, 3. She has the ability to shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, this mountain goblin here is within the range of her wand, so let's have her try and kill that goblin. Okie dokie. Moonstone sends a blast of energy from her redwood wand, hitting that goblin. Wow, with a critical hit of 3. That's a heck of a way to start the first monster battle tonight. That is a skilled strike on a goblin, which means, and chat, say it with me, this goblin is super dead. Get out of here. Yes. With the super dead emotes. That's right. And Banana says, so that's like a nat 20. Absolutely. That was a good hit right there. Oh, I love the emotes, you guys. That's awesome. Also good to see you, Sarah. All right. So, obliteration of the mountain goblin. Banana says super dead. I don't have the emotes. That's good. You still got it. Okay, Tiaga. Tiaga the Warlock, the last person in the entrance room. We need to start her turn with a stupid roll, and unfortunately she does not benefit from it being near to any heroes. Nobody is near her, so we're going to roll both movement dice. Remember, she needs a 10, 11, or 12, and if she fails that, she will lose a body point, and a couple of orcs are going to spawn. And she's got a 3. Real nice, Tiaga. Okay, Frasca says, since I PvP at a meta level and create a separate character for each spec, oh yeah, I needed a way to get max level weapon to be able to get my full PvP inventory dropped me at max level. Oh, yes. Oh, okay, in Elden Ring, nice. That thing is now goblins. Oh, geez, okay. I almost read that on stream, I probably shouldn't. Sarah says, I've been watching One Piece and Rolling Yarn. Oh yeah, I can't beat it. You there says, these goblins have 2 HP and 1 defense dice. Tougher monsters will get a roll. Yes, yes, it's unusual that monster did not get to try and roll defense. Didn't have to read the ERBS. All right, we got a new follower. Thank you, Road Dog Bobby. Very much appreciated. Hope you enjoy what you're seeing. Hope you're doing good. Very, very much appreciate the follow. If you have any questions about anything, don't be afraid to throw some stuff in the chat. All right, let's see. What do we got going on here? All right, stupid roll. Road Dog Bobby says I was being quiet. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Yes. Oh, and I love that. Shamrock says welcome in new Voidcaster. Yes. That's the name. I've gone back and forth between Voidcaster and Voidlings. I kind of like Voidcaster better. Okay, so Tiaga loses a body point. This drops her down to 11 total, and also because the Dread Spirit Melar is starting to get stronger, he is now also able to summon orcs. So every time Tiaga fails her stupid roll, a couple of basic orcs are going to appear. Now these guys are not affected by our difficulty chart, just because we might be having a lot of them, so we don't want them holding up the quest too much. They can't get to Tiaga right now, but they can get to the other two, and they are going to be treated like wandering monsters, so they're going to get to attack immediately. Justin says he technically still gets to roll, it's just pointless. In the PC version, we still roll defense even if they can't possibly defend. Yes! Oh, and Banana says, just finished up my D&D power system. Nice! Yeah, technically we could have rolled for that goblin, but even if it got its best possible roll, it was still dead, so I just don't bother. Okie dokie. Orc number 1, attacking Morkai, swinging its sword and missing him entirely. Real nice orc, totally useless. I mean, I guess he is just kind of like an apparition orc summoned by Melar. The other orc swinging its flail at Moonstone and hitting her with a 2. What's her defense look like? Only 3, not very great. She blocks 1, but not the other, dropping her to 10 body points. Awesome. Oh, Road Dog Bobby says, not gonna lie, I'm a DM, so I make my guys roll for AC regardless. There you go. Rukora says he's a blind orc. Yeah, he must be. Okay, now this is a weird thing. Okay, so Tiaga's in the entrance room. This door, despite looking closed, is actually open. I usually don't open them well, you can see. It causes kind of a weird thing. Tiaga can attack from inside the entrance room. Heroes can't be attacked, so the orcs couldn't have hit her. She can hit them back. It's a weird thing, but it's the only other thing she even can do here. Road Dog Bobby says, not just for spells, or just not for spells, unless there is an element where they have to attack physically. That makes sense. And Bonner Boy says, why not flip the door around? Yeah, in normal instances, so going into these rooms, I'll just take the door off. So that way there's an opening there. All of these doors do actually physically open. It just kind of gets in the way. You there asked, is that your homebrew rule that they can't be attacked into the entrance room? I don't remember, to be honest with you. I know there are a couple of quest books that specify that the monsters can't. Not quest books. Sorry, quests. There is at least one quest that specifies that the monsters cannot attack a hero that's in the entrance room. But I couldn't tell you what quest that is. So I just kind of assumed that as a general rule. New strat, hide in the door room. Well, yeah, if you were the kind of hero that was trying to break the game, sure, but we're not going to play like that. Let's see, Tiaga is going to try and attack that orc that's right there in the doorway. Hitting it with a 2, and remember this is just a basic orc. This is not affected by our monster chart. It defends absolutely nothing, so it is dead, just that 1. I don't mind these guys being gone quickly, being that they've been summoned in by the stupid roll and we're not technically supposed to be there. Road Dog says, I had my cleric roll for everything for 3 dungeons so he could remember he has to attack for everything. That's a good way. Yeah, to kind of remind your heroes that, or your players that what they need to roll for. That's a good way to stick it in their brains, yeah. Hide in the entrance room and shoot arrows. Okay, I'll amend what I said. I don't think I would let a hero fire long range out of the entrance room, because that would be pretty game breaking if you wanted it to. Uther says, yeah, if it's not specified for the quest, they can be attacked. It's in one of the books. I'll check the scrolls later. Yeah, honestly, the more I think about that, I agree. I think that makes more sense, because they can be attacked on the staircase. So why wouldn't they be able to be attacked in the entrance room? Yeah. Justin says, nice of the builders to include an entrance room. Bet they got someone in there to greet them and take their coat. Yeah. And Banana says, then just throw your sword at the enemies from the entrance room. Yeah, fair enough. Fair point. Okay, I'm going to close that door because it's already bothering me that it's open. We're just going to get rid of the entrance room once Tiaga's out of there. Okay, back to the top. We don't have any monsters on the board other than the orc, which is already attacked on this turn cycle, so it is now Ragnar's turn, and we are going to start his turn by having him open that door into that room. So opening the door into the blue room, we have an additional door up in the corner. I'm going to move the camera just slightly so you guys can see the corner. There we go. Additional door into the next room. We also have a fireplace. By the way, most of the furniture in this game is just for decoration. The fireplace is that. We also have a mountain goblin. This is, again, just kind of basic goblin, although it is affected by our difficulty chart, so it's a little bit harder in this quest. Mountain goblin, 2 mountain orcs. We've got a not painted mountain orc and a painted mountain orc in this case. And a wasteland orc. Now, wasteland monsters are variants, so they have the same difficulty, so we usually increase one stat and drop another. Wasteland monsters have decreased speed, but increased defense. So this Avalon Hill orc right here is going to represent our wasteland orc. Oh, great question, Road Dog Bobby. May I ask what we are looking at as far as the edition we are going by right now? So we are actually playing a board game called Hero Quest. This was originally released in the late 80s, early 90s by Milton Bradley and Games Workshop. Recently, after a Kickstarter event, was picked up by Hasbro Avalon Hill and re-released. So this is actually not traditional Dungeons & Dragons rules or any level of addition. This is Hero Quest rules modified by me over years and years of just homebrewing things until I liked it the best. Oh, nice. Road Dog says, I know what Hero Quest is. That's awesome. Long story. Yeah, I bet. I bet. That is super cool, though. I grew up playing the Milton Bradley Hero Quest, before the days of the internet, and just kind of assuming it didn't seem like anybody else around me knew what it was. My dad discovered it and got me into it, and I got some friends into it. But it's still interesting that there are other people in the world who know what this is. I mean, it's obviously that people would know, but yeah. Rotuck says I'm older than everyone thinks. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Banana says I feel so young here. I'm only 23. You must be like 8. Oh, and I almost missed Justin. Justin's got something here. Ragnar got it so rough, his canon counterpart is a traitor. The chat picks on him and his girlfriend ghosted him. Yeah, he's not been on a single quest with Valerna since we established a romance. He actually really hasn't. And that was in book 2, and we're in book 4 now. Everyone I know thinks I'm in my 20s, I'm almost 40. Nice, I'm right there behind you, Road Dog. I just turned 35, so I'm not quite to 40, but I'm getting there. All right, poor old Ragnar has just opened up a whole room full of monsters, and as if that wasn't enough, opening that door triggers an alarm in this quest, which forces the other 2 doors in this hallway to also open. So both of these doors are also opening. Now, as it happens, none of these other 2 rooms have additional doors. So let's go ahead and populate these rooms as well. We've got a table here in the yellow room, so I'm going to put down a carpet there to just take up the right number of spaces. So I said the furniture doesn't serve any function. I guess it does prevent heroes from moving through it. So at least there's that. In this room, we've got 2 wasteland goblins. Same thing here. We've sacrificed a little bit of speed for the sake of extra defense. Wasteland goblin right here. Wasteland goblin right here. There is also a mountain orc in this room. Oh, we got it all in there. Gohan says I'm 38 and a half. Shamrock's 24. Don't feel too alone. Justin says I was the first to pick on Ragnar. This is true. Road Dog says I don't like looking 20s. Uther says he should have opened the door last round. There you go. Rukoro says, dang it, Ragnar, look what you did. Yeah, very divisive, poor Ragnar. In our blue room, we don't have any furniture. However, there are some more monsters in there. 2 more wasteland goblins. We'll just take those out of the same drawer since I've got so many drawers open right now. I'm going to start losing track of what's supposed to be where. Wasteland goblin. Wasteland goblin. We've also got another wasteland orc in that room, which is up here, and a mountain orc as well. Now I think I want a Milton Bradley orc here so that I remember the difference between the mountain orc and the wasteland orc. One day these will all be painted, but that takes a long time. By the way, for the people who are in here that are new to the channel, we stream every single night at midnight Eastern time. Most of the time, we're doing this right here, what you're seeing, us playing quests. But if you happen to come in here on a Sunday night or a Wednesday night, you will instead find my wife, Savannah, streaming from this exact same channel, painting the miniatures. So everything that you're seeing on this board that is painted, including the board itself, is a paint job that she did. Yeah, Rukor says just opened all of Pandora's box. Yeah, no kidding. Name brand orc, yeah. Now the Robert hate isn't on me, I just call him Bobby. That boy ain't right. But that day is not today, yes, for everything being painted. And Rodog says, oh, I love watching people paint minis. Yes, and she does a fantastic job, absolutely. Okay, Ragnar. So all Ragnar has done is opened a door. He literally hasn't used up either of his actions. This was all just right at the beginning. The Sir Owen guy changed his name fast. Yeah, no kidding. As soon as he realized he had an R in his name, he was like, no, wait. Gohan says, when I buy my set, can I mail you my minis to be painted? There you go. We need to do some Savannah painted minis giveaways. That would be neat. Okay, Ragnar, what are we doing here? He could search that room for traps before walking in there, or he could just barge right in there and go to attack something. That's pretty much his options right at this point. And he is going to barge right in and attack. So who is he going to attack? Or am I an owl? One or the other. Frasco says barge in, yes. Let's see, let's assign suits to the 4 monsters in here just so that I don't have to make the decision. Diamonds is going to be that middle orc right there. So Wasteland Orc, we don't need to roll him for 2. He's guaranteed to get at least 2 on 2d6. Ragnar is attacking the Wasteland Orc, swinging his battle axe, and missing. Ragnar! Come on, man. I argue that you don't deserve to be killed, and you do this? Okay, poor Mordecai the Wizard would love to go help Ragnar. Unfortunately, he is behind a pit trap, which means he's at least going to have to try to get rid of it. Ooh, he's got that airwalk potion that he could use. Might be a good way to go right at the moment. Let's see, allows you to walk on a cushion of air for 1 turn. You will not spring traps on this turn. If you may walk over pit traps, you can reach an unoccupied space on the other side. Yeah, I think that's the way to go, because Ragnar is going to be totally surrounded in there if Mordecai doesn't get in there to help. So this is a one-time use potion. Mordecai is going to drink this pastel pink potion called an airwalk, which is going to allow him to essentially ignore the fact that that pit trap is in front of him. It's not going to go away, but he's not going to have to worry about falling in it. He's trying his best. Yeah. Every player's friend as a DM, yeah. Yeah, Gohan, so some of the cards mention what color the potion is, and some of them don't. Airwalk is one that goes, yeah, it's particularly specific with it. Okay, and I think we're going to march Mordecai in here as well, just to try and draw some of the monsters from attacking Ragnar, so he's not getting all of them. And then rather than carding this, I think we'll have Mordecai shoot at the goblin, because that is the one he's most likely to kill. So if we can at least get rid of one of the 4 monsters, we'll be in a little bit better shape here. Tastes better than the red one, yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, Mordecai shoots a blast of energy from his redwood wand at the goblin, hitting it with a 2. The goblin attempts to defend and does not, which means it is destroyed. There we go. Is that all the mountain goblins that are currently on the board? I think it is. We got a whole bunch of orcs and wasteland goblins. I don't think we got any other mountain goblins. Oop, what have we got? A difficult monster! Yes, indeed. I'm not here to argue taste, just the randomly, oddly specific color. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it needs to be pastel pink, but you're right. Okay, so we've got a difficult monster coming in, and then we're going to be back to Moonstone's turn. So let's see first what monster it's going to be, and then which hero that monster is attacking. So our options here are, we've only got 4 options now, so Dread Warrior, Chaos Warrior, Doom Guard, or Gargoyle. Hey, yeah, we're getting it all in there. Let's see. So we are going to get a Chaos Warrior out of this, because we got a diamonds right there. And I assume this is the monster that's getting the stat increase there. Oh, and Banana wants to know if I did Wandering Monster now, what would it happen right after? Yes. Yes, indeed. And Sarah's got that Wandering Monster right there. And Gohan says, I need lore reasoning. Next creative stream. Yes. Lore reasoning for... Oh, the pastel pink potion. Yeah. Stupid brain. Okay, let me one thing at a time here. So, but don't let me forget about either of those things, the monster stat increase or the other wandering monster, because I might. Let's see which hero is the Chaos Warrior attacking. The third hero is Moonstone. Yeah, we can get that guy right in Moonstone's path, right there. That monster is going to attack her immediately. Oh yeah, stat increase. Frasco says, oh dang, we about to start sending stuff his way. I have a decent amount of points to spend. I imagine most of everything is on cooldown now. Let's see, that Chaos Warrior can, to get a stat increase, it can either increase attack, defense, or body points. It is going to, yeah, 9 is the first of the high, so that's body points. So this Chaos Warrior is going to have 5 body points. Yeah, plus 1 because of the difficulty chart, plus another 1 because of the redeem. So 5. Hot pink potion is poison. There you go. Okay, Chaos Warrior attacks Moonstone, hitting her with a 2. And she doesn't block either one of them. That sucks a little bit. Dropping her to 8 body points. We get the other wandering monster in here now as well. Kind of the same deal there. We can't use a spades card. Give me a card we can use. 9 of diamonds should be good. Yes. The Nine of Diamonds is a Wasteland Abomination. Not a bad pull. Abominations are big, scary, fishy-looking guys. This right here is an abomination. And the Wasteland sort, again, increases defense and decreases speed. Let's see what hero this guy is going to attack. It can't attack Moonstone because she's surrounded, but anybody else is free game. That is Morkai. Wasteland Abomination in the room attacks Morkai. Let me review stats here real quick. Right. 4 attack dice here. Swinging the spear hits Morkai with a 3. Morkai blocks 1 and takes 2. Here he is, dropping him to 9. Okie dokie, and then we are back to Moonstone the Druid, who finds herself suddenly surrounded by monsters where she totally wasn't before. What are her options here? I think she should definitely use her shapeshift spell. I don't think there's anything else right at the moment that's going to help her unless she wants to also cast her Fire of Wrath on that Chaos Warrior, which, I mean, honestly, wouldn't be the most terrible idea. It's not going to kill it, but all right, let's do this. Actually, I think I've got a kind of a good plan in mind. So she is allowed to cast 2 spells as a single action. This is because of the Wand of Magic artifact she carries. This is not something that just anybody can do. And we are going to start off her turn by her casting Fire of Wrath at the orc that is behind her. So this blasts that orc with flames, which will kill it unless it can roll a 5 or 6 on a single move dice. What's it got? A 3. So that orc is destroyed by the Fire of Wrath. With her second spell, she is going to go ahead and cast her Shapeshift, which is going to give her 1 extra defense dice and 1 extra attack dice close range only. This spell will be broken if she suffers any sort of damage. However, she can get access to the spell back if she returns her body points to maximum. So this is going to transform her into this large bear creature here, at least temporarily. Keeping in mind that those 2 spells were one of her 2 actions, so she can also attack this Chaos Warrior now that she is right here. Let's see, what will that be? Okay, close range attack +1 is only 3 for her, so honestly that's not even that big of a boost. Swiping her claws at the Chaos Warrior, she hits it with a 2. It blocks 1, but not the other, taking 1 body point of damage and dropping it to 4 total. Oh, what's going on here? What did I do there with the hearts and diamonds that was wrong? You there says, did anyone else notice Luke couldn't tell the difference between hearts and diamonds? What did I do that was not right there? Was it which hero the abomination was supposed to attack, or was it the card that decided oh, yeah, no, I see it. I said 9 of diamonds even though I drew the 9 of hearts. Oh, nice, Banana. Your name is also Luke. That's awesome. Don't meet too many of those. Now I'm curious because this is something I've lived with my entire life, so I'm curious if you also have. Is your name Lucas and you go by Luke, or is your name just Luke? Because my name is just Luke, and I've had that my entire life of people calling me Lucas. I even had to have an argument with a manager at Walmart years and years ago when I worked there. Your name is also just Luke. That's awesome. So have you ever had that? People insisting on calling you Lucas even though that's not your name? So what monster should we have had? Ocean Orc is the 9 of hearts. So honestly, you kind of got a better deal out of the 9 of diamonds. I will switch that monster if you guys feel very strongly about it. I'm good either way. Bananas also had that same thing, yeah. I had a flat-out argument with a manager at Walmart years ago when I worked there who was insisting that I put Lucas on my name badge. even though I kept telling her. I had to show her my driver's license to prove to her that my name wasn't Lucas. It was so ridiculous. Meanwhile, by the way, and I didn't notice this, I wasn't enough of a jerk to point it out at the time, her name tag just said Deb, and her name was not just Deb. Banana says, I tried to order food, and then they needed a name. I said, Luke, they said you need to use your government name, so would you like to... Jeez, for a food order? Come on. Your government name, that's a good one. Oh, so ridiculous. Okie dokie. Let's see. Where were we? Where were we in the lineup? Okay, you there votes up. Abomination is better. Yeah, that's what we put down. I'm good with leaving it. Oh, it is Tiaga's turn. Yes, it is Tiaga's turn. So of course we're starting her off again with her stupid roll. So she needs to get a 10, 11, or 12. Hey, look at that. She got a 12. So nothing bad on her for this turn. Maybe only once. Gohan says, I'm going to change my government name to Gramina. Oh, I see you there's got the item swap because I made a mistake. That's a fair point. Okay, let me finish out Tiaga's turn, just so that I don't lose track of what I'm doing. But don't let me forget about the item swap, because I might. Tiaga's actual turn now. I'd say, honestly, she might be equally used in either direction. But the Chaos Warrior is probably the bigger threat. So let's kind of have her looking down this way. She has moved. If she casts a spell, she won't be able to do anything else. Arrows of the Night would probably kill it immediately, but I'm a little hesitant to use that so early in the quest. Let's just have her shoot like normal. Yes. Tiaga shoots a blast of energy with her Redwood Wand at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. And it doesn't block either one, dropping it to 2 body points left. Justin says, I actually have to work at work. This is some BS. Yes. She can clearly see the Chaos Warrior, so it makes sense. Yeah, she was peeking between Moonstone's bare legs. That was weird. Actually, out of context, that was a terrible, terrible, stupid thing to say. Okay, item swap. And then Monster's turn. Okay, I'm going to look very closely at the suits here. Yes, you there. We did do the stupid roll. She got a 12. She rolled a 12 on that. Yes, go on. Bear leg. B-E-A-R. Bear legs. Oh, geez. I'm not sure if that makes it any better. Either way there. Okay, the target of the item swap, the hero losing an item, is going to be Tiaga. The rare pass. Yes, you're right. That's probably not going to happen too often. Tiaga, however, is about to lose an item, which is going to be a Pass-Through Rock Scroll, a Potion of Magic Resistance, or the toolkit she has that she doesn't need. One of those 3 things is getting swapped around, and this is going to be the Pass-Through Rock Scroll. The hero that is receiving that item is Ragnar. Ragnar's getting a Pass-Through Rock Scroll. That's totally fine. We might sell that scroll at some point because I don't use Pass-Through Rock very often. We'll go ahead and switch that over. Pass-Through Rock Scroll on the item swap. Okay, Monster's turn. Now, this is confusing. This is one of the things that, when there's a lot of things going on, it's hard to keep track of. Any monster that is already attacked on this turn cycle does not get to attack again. That would be the 2 wandering monsters that were summoned. So the Chaos Warrior does not get to attack this turn. Excuse me. The Wasteland Abomination also does not get to attack on this turn. But if they survive to the next turn, and I would say they very likely will, they'll get to attack then. Okay, but all the rest of the monsters in that room get to attack. Now, this Chaos Warrior is kind of blocking the road, so all of these guys could move, but none of them are actually going to get to the heroes. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. This Mountain Orc's a good candidate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Monsters don't spring traps, by the way, just in case if you're wondering. 1, 2, 3. Whoops. The Wasteland Goblin fell straight on its face. 1, 2, 3. We'll just kind of start parading everybody out. But none of them can quite get there. There you go. Cody says, all right, now I'm done playing Pal World for the night and can pay attention and talk smack. There you go. The heroes are in an interesting situation here. Lots of monsters right off the bat. Okay, poor Ragnar is going to get at least 2 of these monsters. Yeah, I'd say we'll probably split this 2 in 2. So the Abominations on Mordecai's already attacked. Let's also get this Mountain Orc attacking Mordecai as well. Swinging its flail. And hitting Mordecai with a 3. He blocks 2 of those hits and only takes 1. Gotta make sure I mark the right sheet, dropping him to 8 body points. Meanwhile, Ragnar is getting hit by a Wasteland Orc and a Mountain Orc. They both have the same attack amount. So the Wasteland Orc is swinging its mace at Ragnar, hitting him with a 1. Boy, he's kind of got garbage defense right at the moment. Oh, and he doesn't block it, dropping him to 10. We get the Dread spell. The heroes are fine. Yes. Okay, let me finish up this monster's turn. We'll get that Dread spell going too. And then we've also got the Mountain Orc on Ragnar's other side, swinging its cleaver at him. Ooh, hitting him with a critical hit of 4. Ouch. Ragnar doesn't defend a single thing. However, I think that is good call for one of his knight skills. That's the wrong camera. He is going to use his Imperial Training skill. Use this skill directly after you have just rolled to attack, defend, or move. You may ignore your roll and roll again. So we're going to try that defense one more time. By the way, he can only do that once per quest. One more time, Ragnar attempts to defend that critical hit and blocks 2 of the hits. That's a little better, dropping him to 8 body points. Ash Ketchum says, hope you're having fun weekend. Midnight Quest game, keep it up. Thank you, Ash. Good to see you as well. Hope you're doing good as always. Good start to the weekend. I missed my my Quest streams on Monday and Tuesday because I wasn't feeling good, so very happy to be back playing. This is a whole lot of minis on the board. But yeah, hope you're doing good as well. Okay, Dread spell. So this is going to function the exact same way it did earlier. We got a big old pile of Dread spell cards. So we're first going to draw a card using the suit to determine which hero is getting attacked. That is again going to be Ragnar. That's funny. Even the cards have turned against Ragnar. And then we're going to draw 2 cards, put the numbers together, and go that many cards down in the Dread spell deck. And as long as the spell makes sense, we will cast that one. Looks like we are going to be going down 15. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay, that is summon wolves, which again we can't do. We have not encountered wolves yet. Fear is what we've drawn. That's definitely bad for the situation that he's in right there. Yeah, Uther says if I can't target Ragnar, I'll let the cards do it. Yeah, no kidding. The cards share your disdain. Okay, this spell causes any one hero to become so fearful that they may only use 1 attack dice. This is going to be Ragnar. The spell can be broken on a future turn by a hero rolling 1 movement dice for each of their mind points. If a 6 is rolled, the spell is broken. Okay. Actually, rather than putting that there, I'm going to put that on Ragnar's character card. I said his name weird just there. Ragnar, not Ragnar. Okay, I do believe that takes us back to old Ragnar. And this fear spell is going to affect him for at least this one turn. So a lot of people would let him go ahead and roll to try and get rid of the fear spell immediately. We're going to at least force 1 turn of this being in effect, if not more than that, based on his dice rolls. So first off, he is only allowed 1 dice to attack, and I think in that case we are going to have him attack the Mountain Orc because it has less defense. So if this is a skull, it's got more of a chance of actually hitting. Ragnar swings his battle axe, fearful, hitting that Mountain Orc with a 1, but the Orc defends it. Well, it was a valiant attempt, despite the fact that he was scared. Cody says Ragnar is Ragnar's cousin from the south. Yeah, Ragnar. Yeah. Ragnar is Ragnar's cousin from the south. I love it. Is Ragnar less of a terrible person than Ragnar? Maybe we should change that permanently. That's if the chat ever succeeds, if you there specifically ever succeeds at killing Ragnar, we'll just replace him with an identical hero named Ragnar. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if Ragnar can break that fear spell now that we've it has affected him for one turn. Sorry, one more thing. Let's let him take his other action. He can go ahead and search this room either for traps or secret doors, and that is going to be for secret doors, his search. Unfortunately, his search is unsuccessful. He does not find any doors. Now, let's try and break that fear spell. He has 5 mind points. So let me grab a few more dice here. If there is a 6 on any of these dice, he will have broken that spell. Yes, indeed, he did get 1 6 there. So the fear spell was effective for 1 turn, but then he was able to throw it off. My movement dice are classic Milton Bradley original Hero Quest dice. They're starting to get kind of worn, but I don't want to stop using them. Ragnaria, his twin sister, and Banana says his son, Ragnar's son. Yes, of the whole family of Ragnars. Cody says 5 mind points. Ragnar ain't bad. He's stupid. Yeah, he's not even the stupidest one. Sad as that is, 5 is actually a little above average. Yes, indeed. A wild savanna has appeared to paint. Yes. Okie dokie. Moving on from that. That is Ragnar's turn. It is now Mordecai, and Mordecai finds himself also in a pretty nasty situation, but he's a wizard, dang it. He ought to have some tricks up his sleeve. He has courage. That would definitely help him. Yeah, I think that's probably his best option is the courage spell that he's got. Since we're in a whole room full of monsters, let's go for that. And yeah, I do believe that's going to be better affected on him than on Ragnar. Okay. Courage, Mordecai cast. This spell grants the targeted hero 2 extra attack dice. The spell is broken the moment the targeted hero can no longer see any monsters, which means we ought to be in effect on this for a while. Now, Ragnar would go up to 6 attack dice with this, which would be nice, but I think we'll go ahead and let Mordecai do this so that he can be a bit more effective. This is going to mean that his close range goes up to 4, and his long range goes up to 5. So despite being surrounded by monsters, it may actually be to his benefit to shoot at one of the monsters attacking Ragnar, just for the sake of actually having a higher attack amount. If Ragnar leaves his side, it lasts forever. Yeah. Because Ragnar's a monster. Okay, let's, yeah, neither of the orcs attacking are damaged, so neither of them are necessarily out of the question. Let's have Ragnar also shoot at the mountain orc just because he's more likely to kill it. I said Ragnar, sorry, Mordecai. Mordecai sends a courageous blast of energy from his redwood wand at the mountain orc, hitting it with a 1. Real good, Mordecai. Clap, clap, clap. The mountain orc does not defend the attack, but it survives with 1 body point left. Way to go, Mordecai. That was your entire turn, casting a spell and attacking. You didn't even kill the one monster. Where is Armiel? There he is. There is Armiel. Okay, coming down here now. We are at, actually we don't even need to move the camera. We are now at Moonstone, who is working on this Dread Warrior. Does she gain any sort of attack by going long range? She does, but she doesn't benefit from her shapeshift that way. We might as well leave her. Okay, Moonstone swipes her bare claws at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 2. There we go. The Chaos Warrior defends 1 and takes 1. Now that would normally be death, but thanks to the increase of monster stat that you guys redeemed, it is hanging on with 1 body point left. What else can she do? she is in a weird situation right at the moment where a lot of her spells are not going to help. So I think let's go ahead and get the reveal map out. So she is going to cast her reveal map spell, which is the tier 3 earth spell that she picked. This spell may be cast at any time during a quest. The spell forces Zargon to reveal all doors and wall tiles on the current quest map. Wow, I'm surprised that that wandering monster is available again, but we will definitely drop that in. Let me take care of this, and then we will absolutely do that. Okay, if we can zoom out a little bit and look at more of the entire board here, we're going to go ahead and kind of see what is going on with the whole rest of the quest. So as we know, there are no further doors in these bottom rooms. The way forward is through this door up here in the corner. So all the heroes are going to have to travel up there at some point. After that, there is a door leading out into the hallway. We got a wall out there. As we kind of go out into the big central open area, you'll notice the central room does not have any walls, and that is because this is one big open area in this quest, which is unusual. There is also doors up here going into that kind of blue room, and also this red room up here. Similarly, let me put a wall here. You can't go any further that way. Pretty much matching are a couple of doors down at the bottom of the map. Sorry, I said that as I was placing something totally different. We've got doors, leading into these rooms as well, down here near the bottom. I guess that's at the top of your screen. It's at the bottom of the map for me. There's also a couple of walls down here, and one additional door leading into this room. And that is everything. That is all the wall tiles and all the doors for the rest of the quest. So as you can see, not a massive amount of rooms in this quest. Banana says there wasn't enough monsters. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, so getting Banana's monster on here. Okay, I'm just kind of scouting out the heroes. So again, Moonstone cannot be attacked, but anybody else can right at the moment. So the monster we're getting, 3 of spades is no help. 2 of clubs might work. 2 of clubs is an ocean mummy. The mummies are fairly powerful monsters. The ocean variant of monsters trades out attack for speed. So they're a little faster, but they attack a little less hard. So the ocean mummy is still a fairly decent pull. Let's see, which hero is it going to attack? Can't be clubs, but it could be anything else. Ragnar. The cards hate Ragnar tonight, I tell you what. An ocean mummy appears and immediately attacks Ragnar. Jeez. Swinging a fist and hitting him with a 1, which he blocks just barely. That 1 white shield right there. Oh, that's funny. Okie dokie, and then coming down here to Tiaga, it is actually Tiaga's turns. We need to do the stupid roll. Now she is directly adjacent to Moonstone, which means whatever she rolls is going to be +2. So she does get a little bit of benefit to her stupid roll by being close to other heroes. At this point, because she's right next to Moonstone, she gets +2. Okay, she rolled a 7, so +2 is 9, which is just under what she needs. Unfortunately, she didn't quite get the right thing. So she gets hit again, dropping her to 10 body points and summoning another 2 orcs. Ouch. Okay, now remember, these are basic stat orcs right here, so these are not super strong monsters, but still enough to potentially hurt. The 1 orc that got summoned is attacking her immediately, hitting her with a 2. She blocks 1 and not the other, dropping her to 9. Excuse me. Yeah. Banana says, I love hating Ragnar. And you there says, you took our targeting away. The cards now want Ragnar dead. Yeah, that's what's up with that? That's funny. The other orc is going to move up here and attack Mordecai. Swinging a mace and hitting him with a 2. He blocks 1 and takes the other, dropping him to 7. Wild. This is a lot of minis on the board. This is actually a little bit unusual, and it's not because of the summoned monsters. This is mostly monsters that are just genuinely in this quest. It's kind of wild. Okay, so let's take a look at the monster's turn now. This is an absolute mess. However, there are a couple of monsters that cannot attack again. So the 2 orcs we literally just put down can't attack. The mummy can't attack because it already did. But everything else that we're seeing that is adjacent to a hero can. More cowbell, yes. Okay, and I saw the monster stat there, so let me finish. Well, I guess we ought to do that before we have monsters attacking here. Okay, for a random monster, that's definitely going to be hard to randomize right at the moment since there's so many. It better be one that's already adjacent to a hero, just so that I'm not having to like remember, oh, this goblin clear at the back, you know, has an extra defense dice. I won't remember by the time a hero gets to it. So let's say either of these orcs, either of these guys, or any of the 3 monsters surrounding Ragnar. I guess the Chaos Warrior is also adjacent already to Moonstone. So Chaos Warrior, Orc, Abomination, Mummy, Orc. That's 8 possibilities. Let's get a card. The 4th possibility. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So this orc right here, which is a orc that was already in the quest, is going to get a boost in attack. So 1 extra attack dice for that orc down there. Banana says we should keep making the monster in the very back stronger since it would take longer so it can get more increases than the characters fight the super high stat monster after the 20 others. And Gohan says, are you a seal? I think so. After that many orcs in a row, I think you're right. Okay, guys, help me remember, because I am still very likely to forget. This orc right here attacking Mordecai has an extra attack dice. If I forget that, somebody call me out on that. Okay, monster's turn. We're going to have to do this very carefully here so that I don't forget anything. 2 monsters attacking Ragnar. The mummy's already attacked on this turn cycle, so it's both the orcs right there. Orc number 1, the mountain orc, which is the one with the cleaver, attacks Ragnar, hitting him with a 2. And he doesn't block either one. Oh my gosh. Dice, come on. We're having a tough enough time already. Other orc in front of him, the wasteland orc, hits him with a 2, which he manages to block. At least he blocked that one. Gohan says, I already forgot about the extra dice. And Banana says, what extra dice? Oh, that's great. Okay, Mordecai has got that orc and the Abomination attacking him. This orc has already attacked the turn cycle, so we get the extra attack dice orc here. Swinging at Mordecai and hitting him with a 4. He blocks 1. Boy, we might need to do a cleansing roll here, because this is ridiculous. The Wasteland Abomination also attacks Mordecai, hitting him with a 2. And he doesn't defend either one of them. Come on, dice. It's not fun when that happens over and over. Apparently. Chaos Warrior attacking Moonstone, swinging an axe, and hitting her with a 3. Now she's benefiting from an extra defense dice because of her shapeshift. But of course, as is expected when this sort of thing happens, she doesn't defend a single one, which means her shapeshift spell is destroyed. How does this happen? Why is it always like right in a row? It can't just be like an isolated thing that happens every once in a while. It's like a bunch right in a row every time. Okie dokie, and Tiaga's just got that orc that's already attacked on this turn cycle. This has happened the whole time I've been here. Yeah, no kidding. The heroes rolled shields for attack and then skulls for defense. It's ridiculous. Okay, that's going to put us back at the actual hero's turn. So apparently we are at a point where we need to just immediately be pulling out all the stops, because already the heroes are literally all of them almost completely dead. Shamrock's got a potion of strength for somebody. Right at the beginning of the quest. Wild. Okay, Ragnar. Yeah, look, we're going to pull out the concentrated attack, I think. Random hero gets a potion of strength. Got it. Well, since Ragnar is going to use his concentrated attack, or I guess we could draw that now and then see. We'll use the suits here and determine, so that is going to be Tiaga. Tiaga is going to get a potion of strength on this turn. So Ragnar is using his concentrated attack skill, which I didn't show to the camera. For the next 3 times he attacks, he gets an extra 2 attack dice. So we're going to go ahead and use up... Now he can't choose when this happens, it's just the next 3 attacks. So for his first concentrated attack, again, I think I'd like to concentrate on just getting rid of monsters, not necessarily the hard ones, just getting rid of monsters. And I'm going to keep him attacking this ocean orc that's up here. Although that orc is damaged already. It's one of those things. It's a weird thing. So swinging his battle axe, he hits that orc with a 4. There you go. That orc is super dead. That is a skilled strike, and that orc couldn't possibly defend that hit. Dead, dead, and more dead. For Cupcake. There you go. All right. What else can Ragnar do now that he's in there? So he's managed to knock a monster out. He is also... My God! He is also going to search this room for traps, and there are none in there. Thankfully. Super dead in emote form, yeah. Okay, Morkai. We just about can't even get anybody in there now. It's wild how many of these monsters are around. Let's see if we can open up a spot next to Morkai too, so that we've at least got a kind of place we can go there. My brain is just not functioning here. There's too many things going on at once. Opening up a spot next to Morkai at least gives us a choice, rather than forcing that to be a targeted attack, which is exactly what it was trying to be. Morkai, let's try and get rid of one of these mountain orcs. So the one behind him would be easier to kill. This one is a larger threat for sure. Yeah, we should probably just be trying to get rid of any monsters that we can instead of trying to get rid of bigger ones. Okay, Morkai. Still going with the courage spell, by the way. Attacking that orc behind him with a critical hit of 4. Apparently, we should have tried for the abomination. Critical hit of 4 means this is also a skilled strike. That orc is super dead. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, Shamrock says you need more helpful redeems. Well, you know, if the stupid dice would just roll fairly, we wouldn't need that. It's just ridiculous how garbage my dice rolls are. I'm starting to think that I'm getting Justin's bad dice roll luck. Now that he's getting better luck. It's transferred some to Rukoro and some to me. Okay, the monster that we are bringing into the quest is going to be a gargoyle by the looks of it. And we can either go next to Ragnar or Morkai. Now, we know what the cards have gone with so far. So it's going to be red for Ragnar, black for Morkai. Oh, look at that. I'm kind of surprised. One at a time always works for me. Oh man, Banana, that's crazy. 5 nat 1s in a row. Sometimes the dice just don't care. Wild. Okay, Gargoyle appears. Look at that guy. And immediately attacks Morkai, hitting him with a 1. which he blocks. Okay, maybe we're getting halfway decent rolls all of a sudden. Okay, and that was right after Mordecai's turn. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, moving on then, we are now at Moonstone the Druid, who is down here with the Chaos Warrior. That Chaos Warrior is almost dead. If we can just knock him the rest of the way out, that would be a good idea for sure. Ooh. Oh, yes. Okay. This was here the last turn. We could have done this, and I should have, but I didn't see it. Justin says, I held the whole world's bad rolls and orange dice unleashed them into the world. Yeah, apparently. I might switch to my orange dice just to see what happens. Moonstone has a lightning bolt spell scroll. I did not even see that. That's right, that just got transferred to her, didn't it? Didn't somebody else have that and the item swap gave it to her? Yeah. Anyway, the spell may be cast in a horizontal, vertical, or diagonal direction straight out from the spellcaster. The bolt will travel in a straight line until it hits a wall or closed door and inflicts 2 body points of damage on all heroes or monsters in its path. This cannot be defended. The scroll crumbles to dust once used. So that would mean this whole line of monsters obliterated immediately. Now that wouldn't totally kill a Chaos Warrior normally, but because it's already damaged quite a bit, it would destroy it. These guys only have 2 body points to begin with. So that's, yeah, I'd say that's the play. That's actually, that will alleviate a pretty large amount of the monsters and pretty much only leave Ragnar and Mordecai in trouble. So yeah, I think that's the play. Now, spell scrolls are items, so doing this is also not an action, which is crazy. The Lightning Bolt spell scroll is one of the best spell scrolls. So we're going to put that back in the deck to be drawn again eventually in the future. We need to erase it off her sheet. Okay, a lightning bolt shoots out from Moonstone, hitting all of the monsters in the line. The Chaos Warrior, the Mountain Orc, the Wasteland Goblin, and this Wasteland Orc here, absolutely obliterating every single one of them. I wish I'd have seen that on the last turn. I'd have done it before she lost her shapeshift. Yeah.
Now I'm salty and petty.
Item swaps on the full list of heroes works well. That's true. Okay, and she still gets her 2 actions. So because that was an item, that was not an action to do that. She is... Yeah... I think she's gonna cast again here. We could move and attack. Okay. I'm going to have her cast her Water of Healing spell that she has on herself. This is going to give her 4 body points back. 1, 2, 3, and 4 pops her back up to 9 body points, so that she's not quite so down to almost nothing. And then I do believe she can see this goblin too. If we know that this goblin could be anywhere within that square, that line of sight is pretty clear. 1 more action this turn, she can fire at that goblin. Not too often you get a whole line of monsters lined up like that. It's kind of wild that those 2 things worked out like that. Yeah, Dad says I need a Water of Healing cast on me most days. Yeah, same here. My gosh. Uh-huh. Okay, Blast of Energy with the Redwood Wand from Moonstone at the Wasteland Goblin, hitting it with a nothing because she has done too much on this turn, and to be honest, that's totally fair. She missed. Okay, Tiaga, again, getting a +2 on her stupid roll because she is adjacent to Moonstone. Rolled a 4, so unfortunately that is not enough. She loses a body point, and it summons 2 more orcs. Now, these orcs will have to wait until the monster's turn to actually be able to do anything because they cannot get next to her. We're not going to summon them too far away from her. The gargoyle is in the way of the orc attacking Mordecai, so we're just kind of getting a little line of orcs there behind Tiaga. Shamrock says the heroes are never leaving the rooms. Yeah. So much for getting this quest done tonight. See, that's why I was afraid to call it short, because if we just look at the number of monsters and the number of rooms, this should be a pretty short quest. But with Tiaga constantly spawning orcs and stuff, it's not going to be... Gohan, no, I didn't, but I mentioned that it should be. Like, based on the look of it, it should be a short quest. But I think I said at the beginning, I'm not going to call it short because I know what happens every time I do. Yeah. I might as well have. Okay, Tiaga. We might as well start trying to get rid of these guys. Now, she also has access to a lightning bolt spell, but if she casts it, she will gain a mind point, and it'll make her stupid roll harder. Go ahead and says you thought it counts. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here's a question I want to pose to you guys. If you were controlling Tiaga, she can cast lightning bolt, which would obliterate all three of these orcs and damage the gargoyle, wouldn't kill it. But if she does that, she gains a mind point, and it makes her stupid roll harder to not damage her. My thought process here is it's already really hard, and most of the time she's getting hit. So, like, what's one more point? I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that worth it? Banana says thinks she should. You there says I'd do it. Gargoyle would be a pain. Gohan says blast him. Yeah, I think that's right there. Oh, and I almost missed there. You there says you can't say anything about the quest length, Luke. Yeah, no kidding. I need to start saying this one's going to be really long, and it's going to take us several nights to get through it, so I can reverse psychology whatever fate I keep testing. And Justin says spell them. Yes. Anyway, I started blasting. Okay, we'll do it. Yeah. So Tiaga has the access to the Dread Spell Lightning Bolt because of the Dread Spirit Melar. She is going to cast the Lightning Bolt. Works exactly the same way as the spell scroll that we just saw. Lightning Bolt cracks out from her, goes all the way and hits that wall, hitting each one of these monsters for 2 undefendable body points of damage, absolutely destroying all 3 of these orcs and damaging that gargoyle. Unfortunately, she does go up to 11 mind points, which will make her stupid roll a little harder to successfully navigate, but I mean, she's already getting hit most of the turns anyway. That gargoyle is now down to 2 body points. You there says, no, if you say anything about the length of the quest, it'll be longer than you planned. Okay, yeah. So if I say it's going to be long, it'll be even longer than that. Duly noted. Okay, that was one of Tiaga's actions. She does actually have another action she could take. However, I'm not really sure there's anything that would benefit her unless she's going to cast Arrows of the Night on the gargoyle. No, she can't cast 2 spells on a turn, so that's not an option. Yeah, I'm not sure that there is anything in her benefit to do. So let's leave her. This is how time works. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Mordecai needs to cast a healing spell. And that he's got a bunch, so that shouldn't be any big deal. I just need to remember that. I wish I'd seen that before. I mean, he can cast him to save himself if he dies, but he is not in great shape right there. Okay, let's see. We have the gargoyle cannot attack, but everybody else can. The gargoyle already attacked on this turn cycle. The turn cycles are taking too long for my stupid goldfish brain. I can't remember what's going on, but everybody can attack other than that. So, Wasteland Orc on Ragnar. Hitting him with a 1, which he blocks. Ocean Mummy, also on Ragnar. Hits with a critical hit of 3, which he doesn't block at all. dropping him to 3. We need to get him better defense. The fact that he's a knight, he's supposed to be wearing a bunch of armor, and he's only got 3 defense dice is kind of pathetic. Mordecai is getting hit by the orc that has extra attack dice. Hitting him with a 2. And very stupidly, he does not defend either one of them, which technically should be him dead. However, by the rules of HeroQuest, if you have any sort of healing spell or healing potion, if you reach 0 body points, you may use that without using up an action to essentially save yourself. So we are actually going to increase him to 4 body points, although real technically, he just about died there. Shamrock's got a time limit on strength potions, right? That's a good question, Justin. We'll kind of see how we end this tonight and see where we're at. If we're at a point that makes sense, you know what I mean? It is still the beginning of the quest, though. Are there healing potions, Shamrock? Because the strength potions got to cool down as well, but the healing potions are probably open, and those would not be a bad idea. Okay. There you go. Okay, who's that for? I think Mordecai is lowest right now. Yeah, no, actually Ragnar is lowest. Which has been granted. There you go. That's a fair offset for the summoned monsters, I feel like. However, just like last time we were talking about this, it's been the dice rolls way more than it's been the summoned monsters. If the heroes would just attack when they're supposed to attack and defend when they're supposed to defend, they wouldn't be having any problems. Who's got the most health? Moonstone. Only because she just cast a healing spell on herself. Ragnar's lowest. Mordecai is also pretty low. Tiaga's not doing terribly. Moonstone's almost at full. That's who deserves the potion. Oh, geez. Okay, where were we? We were in the middle of the monster's turn. We are at the Wasteland Abomination attacking Mordecai. Hits him with a 2. That one he blocks. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to apply that before I forget. Okie dokie, moving down to Moonstone, we can definitely get one of these Wasteland Goblins out here. And we'll just move the other monsters up to the doorway, which is about as much as they can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And how many do Wasteland Goblins move? I know Wasteland monsters are slow. Wasteland Goblins move 5. 1, 2, 3. So still plenty enough to get up in line, if you will. The Wasteland Goblin that is up there with her is going to attack. Hitting her with a 1. And she blocks. Just barely, though. Okay, back to the front of the turn. Yes, Ragnar. Ragnar's got another concentrated attack in him. Now that we're not quite so bad off with monsters, let's try and get rid of that mummy. Ragnar swings his battle axe with a concentrated attack, hitting the mummy with a 5. There's the attacks that we should have had before. That's ridiculous. Ocean mummies still have 4 defense dice. Didn't defend a single one. See there, that is proof right there. If the dice cooperate, the number of monsters is not bad. Either says, aren't you glad you decided to Congo line all the monsters? Ragnar is only decent just before death. Yeah, when he's down at death's door, he gets a little more dangerous, which is supposed to be how Robert is, the berserker, but he's just like garbage all the time for some reason. Yeah, you gotta have that Congo line. I'm so disappointed, by the way. Justin made the Dread Warrior Congo line short, and it's such a good short. It made me laugh just about harder than any of the other shorts, and it's got like almost no views on YouTube. It's got like 12 views or something, and our shorts usually do like between 200 and 600 on average, with some of them. We've got a couple of shorts that are up at 1,000, which I don't know how that happened. But yeah, for some reason the Dread Warrior Congo line short only has like 12 views. That was great. Now Ragnar has another action, but I don't think there's really anything that's necessary for him to do right at the moment. So I think let's leave him at that. You there says Robert's dreaming about a field of flowers. He's that kind of berserker. Yeah, yeah. He's a tiptoe through the tulips kind of berserker for sure. All right. We should probably draw some of these monsters' attacks off of Mordecai, actually. So let's go ahead and move Ragnar over here towards this orc, so that theoretically that orc will attack Ragnar on the next turn instead of Mordecai. Just kind of alleviate a little bit of what's going on there. It is Mordecai's turn, and he is still being positively affected by courage. However, he really needs some more tips and tricks here. We need to get him out of the situation that he's in. Now he's got a genie spell, and that might be the way to go. He could use another healing spell, to be totally honest with you, which he's got. But if we do that, then he's stuck right where he is, getting attacked in 3 different directions. First off, it's probably a smart idea to move him back 1, because he attacks better at long range than close range. So he can hit that gargoyle harder if he backs up 1. That's going to take both his actions, though, moving and then attacking. And it won't save him from getting hit, because the gargoyle will just chase him in there. If I may Minecraft Villager for a moment. Yeah, I think that's still probably the best option. If by chance he can land the last 2 damage on that gargoyle, that's going to be the best thing. So Mordecai is going to move back 1 and fire a blast of energy from his redwood wand, which is boosted by 2 dice by the courage spell, hitting that gargoyle with a 2. So if the gargoyle doesn't defend, it's dead, but it's got 5 defense dice, so what are the odds? It blocked 1 and took 1. It's about as good as we could ask for. Down to 1 body point, that guy. Everything attacks Mordecai now instead. Yeah. We can't kill him, he's Mordecai. He's got the coolest name out of everybody. Mordecai. Okay, Shapeshift Druid down here. I realize now that I did not take that card off of her. There we go. Yeah, good old Moonstones down here with some goblins. They used to be attacking a pretty dangerous looking line of monsters, but now it's just some goblins. Justin says, that's kind of why I started getting away from doing the animations. For whatever reason, they don't perform as well. Banana says, if he kills the orc, he's my orc guy. My orc guy. I love it. There's something had to have not put that short out there as much. I don't know what it is, but I've lost the word. Algorithm. The algorithm just didn't put it out as much as it did the other ones. Yeah, I bet the spider one took forever. Okay, Moonstone the Druid is attacking the goblin that is in front of her. Now, unfortunately, she's going to have to do this as a close range attack. She attacks better at long range, but it would be kind of silly to move her backwards 1. So let's see if she can, by chance, get rid of this guy with a close range attack. Swinging her wooden staff, she hits that goblin with a 1. That's not going to kill it. It doesn't block, but it's not dead. Anything else she can do? Nothing else helpful at the moment, so we'll leave it at that. Okay, Tiaga, stupid roll. +2 because she's still adjacent to Moonstone. She's only rolled a 4, so unfortunately that is another body point of damage and another 2 orcs. One of these days, they are going to get out of these initial rooms. Had I not done the spider short, we would have never found out you're a sociopath. Yeah, that's right. Okie dokie, got an orc attacking old Tiaga there as punishment for her daring to not roll enough dice. She's got 2, getting hit with 2. And she blocks 1 but not the other, dropping her to 5 body points. The other orc can't do anything. Yeah, can't get to the heroes up in the other room, can't get to her. It is now Tiaga's turn, and she can surely at least get rid of one of those orcs. We'd like to think anyway. Yeah. She might as well cast her demon form. Well, maybe we ought to save that for a stronger monster, because she's gonna lose it immediately, getting hit by the stupid roll, but that's how we go. Tiaga swings the broadsword at the orc. Totally missing. I see the dice have gone back to being against the heroes. Yeah, she doesn't need to cast Arrows of the Night on anything that she has line of sight to right at the moment. She could cast Lightning Bolt again. And that would destroy both the orcs and the gargoyle, but it would again increase her mind points to a basically impossible level. At this point, with all the orcs and stuff that she keeps accidentally summoning, it might actually be to our benefit to let her go unconscious for the rest of the quest. You know? Yeah, you there says speed up her unconscious. I agree. I think I agree with you, honestly, because the sooner she's not constantly spawning 2 orcs, the better. Plus, she's going to get rid of these 2 and that gargoyle in doing so. And I think she only has 1 more quest of stupid roll anyway. I think at the end of quest 10, she gets rid of the stupid roll. So it's, yeah, at this point, if this were a hero that didn't have so many mind points to begin with, this might be we'd be having a different conversation. But because she's already almost guaranteed to fail the stupid roll, you know, like what? We might just want to go ahead and do it. Yeah, I think that's the play. We're going to go ahead and have her cast Lightning Bolt again. And that is going to fire out from her, hit the wall, and absolutely destroy both of these orcs and the gargoyle. And that is also going to put her up to 12 total mind points. Which is actually going to mean, unless she is adjacent to a hero or in the same hallway or corridor as a hero, we don't even have to do her stupid roll anymore because she's... Or no, sorry, 12 mind points, she's still technically capable of avoiding damage on her own. Yeah, Justin says, I'm not looking forward to this book. My character has the Talisman of Lore. There you go. Well, at least the character can't, like, literally die being unconscious, but that would suck as a player. If you're only controlling one hero and your hero ends up unconscious for most of every quest, that's going to be really annoying. Okay, and Shamrock says to anyone. Okay, good. I think I've got some ideas in mind there. Technically, Tiaga has another action, so let's go ahead and have her shoot a blast of energy at that wasteland goblin. Hitting it with a 2. The goblin does not defend anything, so she did manage to take out that goblin too as a small help. Kind of as an apology to all the ridiculousness she is causing by summoning orcs over and over. Okay, let's see. That is the monster's turn, and we're hitting every monster here. Yeah, there's no monsters that were summoned on this turn, so every monster that is on the board that can reach a hero will attack. Let's go ahead and take care of this situation first, because it's the easier situation. Somebody's attacking Moonstone. Is it going to be... It could be any of these three monsters, so we'll go ahead and card it. We'll say low roll, medium roll, high roll. And by roll, I mean card. That is the Mountain Orc. That was a medium card there. Mountain Orc takes a swing at Moonstone, but misses. It's almost kind of surprising at this point. Up in the Ragnar Morkai room, we definitely have more of a problem here. So at least one monster, we're not going to let all three monsters attack one guy, but we will card this and just kind of see. So let's start with the Orc that has extra attack dice. Red for Ragnar, black for Morkai. So the Orc with extra attack dice is going for Morkai. Swinging its flail and missing. Okay. Let's also roll for the Wasteland Abomination. Same, or no, sorry. That's actually stupid. Let's go for this Orc, because this Orc could get to Ragnar. Okay, that Orc is going to attack Ragnar. Swinging its mace and hitting Ragnar with a 2. He blocks one, takes the other. Now the reason the Wasteland Abomination, it's stupid to roll for him, is because Wasteland Abominations are extremely slow. In fact, I think they can only move one space. No, they can move 2 spaces. But anyway, it wouldn't have reached Ragnar no matter what we did. So it makes more sense for it to attack Morkai because he's right there. Wasteland Abomination thrusts the spear out at Morkai, hitting him with a critical hit of 3. And Morkai blocks it. Holy crap, Morkai. He's he's done some workouts or something. Good lord. Okay, and that does it for the monster's turn. We're finally starting to look a little less ridiculous. I can't count spaces. Did I do something wrong there? Oh my god, okay. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, nope, I see exactly what you mean. See, the problem with that line of dialogue, he could have gone through the buffed orc. You're right, you're absolutely right. The problem with the line of dialogue was that until I looked at the paper, I thought they could only move 1 square. So it wasn't until I looked at the paper that I noticed it said 2, and my brain was already saying the thing I was saying, but you're absolutely right. There's totally a way that Abomination could have gotten to Ragnar. Oh, Banana says every time they call you Luke for just a second, I'm like, how do you know I can't count spaces? Justin says Morkai is trying to get that orc body build back. Yes! From a couple of quests ago where Tiaga accidentally turned everybody else in the party into orcs for a little while, and Morkai was Ma-Orkai there for a second. Okay, back to Ragnar. Now, Ragnar only has 1 more concentrated attack. I'd really like to use it on that Abomination, I think. Now, the Abominations do not have very much health, but they do have high defense. So let's actually move Ragnar over there. 1, 2, and 3, so that he can use up his last concentrated attack on that one. Ragnar swings his battle axe with a concentrated attack at the Wasteland Abomination, hitting it with a 3. I'm pretty sure they have 4 defense dice, but let me make sure that's right. Yes, that is. 4 defense and 2 body points. He hit it with a 3. It blocks 1, but that is still just enough to take it out. I'm going to switch which drawer that guy is in. Yeah, it's a Luke thing. Every Luke is the same person. Is that what it is? Suddenly it all comes back to sense. Well, does that mean I have access to Luke Wilson's bank account? Because that would be really nice. I'd be into that. Banana says, but I can count spaces, just not very well. Yeah. I can also count spaces depending on the day, but when my brain is in overload mode, I tend not to see stuff like that. Okay. That was Ragnar, so we are now at good old Orkai, if you will, and he is in front of the buffed orc, which is probably our next target. Now, Morkai is also still, he's still got the courage spell because he's been able to see monsters this entire time, so he's got a pretty high chance of killing that orc, which is 2 defense dice and 2 body points. Okay. I do believe I'm going to have him do the old run and shoot, though, because he attacks better at long range. Sending a blast of energy from his redwood wand, he hits that orc with a 2. And the orc does not defend either one. Buffed orc off the board. Hey, that's a wasteland orc standing right there, isn't it? Yes, it sure is. How have I closed that drawer? Okay, I just closed it before it should have been closed. That's what happened. That was a lot of stuff happening on the board all at once. Banana says, does that mean I get to play the character and be the DM too? Every turn Ragnar has a quarter chance to leave and go home. There you go. How many enemies left? Well, at the moment there are 4, but this is not the entire quest. So keep in mind that there are actually still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 more monsters in the quest beyond what we're seeing right now. So 4 monsters visible currently, but 19 more monsters in the quest that we just haven't revealed yet. Okay, we are now at Moonstone the Druid, and I think we're going to give her the Potion of Strength that Shamrock redeemed earlier, just so that she can do the close range attack a little bit better. This is 2 extra attack dice for a single roll. She swings her wooden staff at that orc, which is a mountain orc, hitting it with a 1. Hey, Moonstone, that's not how you do it. It did take the damage, but it is not dead. Can she do anything to push that guy off the rest of the way? No, she can't. Nope, afraid not. Ragnar can solo, trust me. Sure. Just says, plus the possibility of wandering monsters from treasure searching. True, yeah, how many, we are 2 hours into the quest and nobody has searched for treasure even once. We've got 3 rooms open and a hero has gone into 1 of the rooms. We still haven't gotten beyond the first room. 2 of the heroes haven't left the starting hallway. It's hilarious. Okay, so unfortunately Moonstone has kind of vaguely failed at getting rid of any of the monsters there. Tiaga, stupid roll, is going to be +2, which means she is literally going to need to roll a 10, an 11, or a 12 on these dice to not get hit and have more orcs summoned, so it's very unlikely. Yep, she only rolled a 7, so another damage, knocking her down to 4 body points, and another couple of mountain orcs sitting out to attack her, or at least one of them can attack her. At least she's still in a hallway so that she's not getting hit by both of these guys. Although, again, maybe it would be better. She goes down to 0, she's just unconscious, and at this point, that might actually be beneficial to the quest. Orc swings its mace at Tiaga, hitting her with a 1. Oops, we got a dice on the wall. And she does not block it, dropping her to 3 body points. Banana says, I feel like I'm slowly hating Ragnar more and more as the stream goes on. You there says there's been a few monsters to take care of. Yeah, that is for sure. Potion of Healing. Shamrock's got the Potion of Healing. Well, we definitely don't want to give that to Tiaga. Because she's causing all sorts of problems. I think maybe let's give that to Morkai. He's the one who's lowest, not counting Tiaga. No. At this point, I might actually refuse to give it to Tiaga because I want to get through this quest at some point this year. If we keep letting these monsters spawn, we're not going anywhere. Oh, geez. Okay, it is actually her turn here. And I think I'm not even going to bother with the orcs that are back there. I think we're going to try and get rid of these monsters that are here in front of Moonstone. So we're going to have Tiaga send a blast of energy at that mountain orc there that's in front of Moonstone. Hitting it with a 1 might finish it off. And it does. Orc does not defend, takes that last. I don't know, Gohan. At this point, I think a player might also agree that their player is doing more harm than good. Oh, that was Tiaga's attack. Moving isn't going to help her any, so I think we should probably just stay right there. Yeah. Die, no. Unconscious, maybe. Okay, monster's turn. So the orc that's here doesn't get to do anything because it's already attacked this turn cycle, but we got the goblins. The other orc that I forgot to move just now can go ahead and move since it's the monster's turn. And of course the wasteland orc that's in there with Mordecai can attack too. So let's just get this goblin up here forward. Goblin attacking Moonstone. Misses. Okay. Knock out the problem player, PvP rules. Let's get this orc that I didn't move earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's get him up on Ragnar since nobody's bothering him right at the moment. Orc swings an axe at Ragnar, hitting him with 2. Which he blocks. And Wasteland Orc attacking Mordecai, hitting him with a 1. Blocks. The heroes are blocking by the skin of their teeth at this moment. But it can't possibly remain that way. Okay, back to the hero's turn. Ragnar is now attacking that orc right there. This is a basic stat orc, being that it was summoned by Melar. Swinging his battle axe, he hits the orc with a 1. And the orc does not defend. Okay, we still need to search for treasure in the blue room, but that can't be done while that orc's in there, so I guess we'll just move Ragnar up to the orc and hope Mordecai gets rid of it. Where's Mordecai at? I'd really like to have him cast a healing spell, but I also really want to get rid of this orc. So Mordecai's going to move because he attacks better at long range, and he is going to fire a blast of energy with his redwood wand, hitting that orc with a critical hit of 3. However, this is a wasteland orc that has boosted defense, so that's not a skilled strike. Still critical hit though. And because the orc didn't defend anything, still dead as well. Okay, and that's the end of Mordecai's turn. He moved and attacked. I think we found a soft limit with Tiaga. Yeah. The only situation in which having a hero just let themselves go down is somehow the beneficial situation. Now, again, I've played this quest several times with different people, and usually this is played very differently based on the fact that the stupid roll is not quite so impossible to succeed at. But Tiaga already had high mind points being a warlock. She also was building education prior to this, so she had a lot of extra mind points. So the stupid roll from the outset with her has been like basically impossible for her to not get hit every single turn. Actually, in all the times I've played this book before, I have never had the bearer of the talisman go unconscious until we were doing this show with Tiaga, which just goes to show you how much easier it is to manage the stupid roll when your mind points aren't so high. So yeah, in this case, being that she's basically guaranteed to spawn 2 orcs every single turn, it's probably better for her to go down. All right, Moonstone has got a goblin right in her face. I really wish she could move back because she attacks better at long range, but she can't. So let's just see if she gets lucky with a hit here. She swings her wooden staff. hitting that goblin with a 1, which it doesn't block. Still not dead, though. And is there anything else she can do? There is sure not. Okay. And that's going to take us to Tiaga. Gohan says, I'm just imagining the party chasing her like, come here, we just want to talk, while carrying planks of wood. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, geez. Okay, Tiaga's stupid roll here. And again, she's at +2 because she's adjacent to Moonstone, but this is probably still guaranteed fail. Okay, you know what? She got a 12. She rolled a 10 with the +2. That is a 12, which is the rare occasion. That means she does not get attacked. Okay. There's me, literally after I say it's guaranteed fail.
Put your foot in your mouth.
Yeah. Oh, right. I forgot Morkai's courage went away, too, and there's no more monsters up there. Okay, Tiaga's turn. And again, I think we're going to pretty much ignore the orc behind her and attack these goblins, because Moonstone is just garbage at close range, and we've kind of accidentally locked her into close range. So Tiaga sends a blast of energy at the Wasteland Goblin, hitting it with a critical hit of 3, and especially because that goblin is damaged already, that is a skilled strike, and that goblin is super dead. Eat your foot. Yeah. Okay, does Tiaga benefit from moving? No, I'd say she doesn't. Okay. All right, monster's turn. We're going to start with this other last Wasteland Goblin that's hanging out right there, attacking Moonstone. Or missing Moonstone, I guess, more like. The orc back here attacking Tiaga, because it was spawned on the last turn. Swinging its mace, it hits her with a 1. Which she does not block, dropping her to 2. And believe it or not, those are the only 2 monsters on the board at the moment. Okay, Ragnar, are we searching for treasure or leaving the room? Those are the 2 options right here at the moment. He is leaving the room. He's not worried about treasure, I guess. At this point, he's like, let's just get through this. I don't know what's going on here, but I don't like one bit of it. 1, 2, 3. Opening the door into the green room. My gosh, it feels like ages since we've opened a door. So, of course, we know about the door that's in this room already from the Reveal Map spell. Additionally, in this room is a weapons rack. A mountain goblin. I don't know what I'm talking about. I think it broke my brain. I think that's what it was. This was kind of a weird, not so great day at work, honestly. And so my brain is like totally scrambled. Mountain orc. I am having all sorts of trouble talking. A wasteland orc. Whoops. Yeah. There we go. Did we already put the... Is that a Milton Bradley guy in there? Yeah. Being that this is a different type of orc and they're not painted yet, we better use Avalon Hill orc there. And then a wasteland femur. Kind of closest to the door there. Okay, Ragnar, are we searching for traps or barging? Wow, he's searching for traps. That's kind of surprising. He barged earlier and ended up not getting hit by any traps. There are no traps in there, thanks to the prophecy of Gohan. No traps in that room. Morkai, what are we doing here? Now, I don't let the heroes just not search for treasure in any room, so somebody's going to get a forced treasure search if we don't roll the card for it. However, because this is the only way to go forward, at some point Moonstone and maybe Tiaga are going to have to roll through this blue room too. So I'm going to go ahead and card Morkai for this too. He doesn't have to search for treasure, but if he doesn't, Moonstone or Tiaga, if she makes it that far, is going to have to. Is Morkai searching for treasure? Yes, he is. Let's see what he finds. Ah, suddenly the stone beneath his feet gives way. He falls into a shallow pit, losing 1 body point. Darn it. We're in the nitty-gritty of the treasure deck there. There's not many positive treasure cards there, I don't think. With his second action, we'll go ahead and move him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just get him up here behind Ragnar. Yeah. Okay, back down here we are at Moonstone the Druid, who is still trying to get rid of this last Wasteland Goblin down here. Again, she's forced into close range combat. Swinging her wooden staff at the Goblin, she misses. That is unfortunate. And there's still not really anything that she could do about it. Okay, I tell you what I am going to do for her, just because she's got the action and I think it's not a bad idea. I'm going to have her cast her Pixie spell, which is a weak healing spell. And the reason we were doing this, she's casting it on herself. She's not even low on body points, but the benefit here is that this is going to return her to her maximum amount of body points, which means she is going to get access to her shapeshift spell back. And that will probably be beneficial to her later in the quest. So we're going to return her up to 11 body points. That is going to give her access to shapeshift again. She will have to cast it again, but at least she's got it back. That's a little something for her, despite missing there. Tiaga, starting off with the stupid roll. Again, it's going to be +2 because she's adjacent to Moonstone, but she unfortunately fails it. Dropping her to 1 body point and summoning 2 more orcs. Neither of which can actually get to her. However, they can go attack Mordecai, and actually they can't get to Ragnar, but they can both get to Mordecai. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know it doesn't look much like it, but this fireplace is taking up that square. Orc attacks Mordecai, hitting him with a 2. He blocks 1 and not the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This orc also attacks Mordecai, hitting him with a 1, which he blocks. Okay. Oh, monster's turn. So we've got those 2 orcs that just attacked can attack again, but everybody else is getting attacked. So let's go in turn order. In this room, the green room here, we've got several options for monsters to send at Ragnar. We're going to go hearts, diamonds, clubs, spades, kind of in clockwise. Actually, I'm going to amend that a little bit. Hearts, diamonds, clubs, spades makes a little bit more sense. And we got hearts. Okay, that's the one. Honestly, that's the one that makes the most sense anyway. The Wasteland Femur is going to come up here and attack Ragnar, swinging its axe and hitting him with a 2. He blocks 1 and not the other. Down here at Moonstone, we have a Wasteland Goblin attacking her, hitting her with a 1, which she doesn't block, dropping her back down to 10. For Tiaga, we have got the orc that was summoned by Melar behind her, swinging its mace and hitting her with a 1, which she blocks. Okay, back up to Ragnar here. He is going to return fire on this Wasteland Femur, swinging his battle axe and hitting the Femur with a 1, which it blocks. Whoops-a-daisy. No help for Ragnar. Now, he is standing adjacent to this room, which means he can search it for stuff. He's going to go ahead and search for secret doors in that room, and there are none. That takes us over to Mordecai, who I suppose might as well start trying to work on these orcs that just appeared. I'd like to have him attack the Femur. But we want to get rid of these orcs. Now, he is another one who actually attacks better at long range than close range. He's actually not super likely to kill these guys. Okay. He's got the Wizard Staff artifact, so he is going to go ahead and take a swing at that orc that he is facing, hitting it with a 1, which the orc does not defend. Okay. Prove me wrong, Morkai, that's fine. Since their basic stats, they've only got the 1 body point. Okie dokie, let's keep on moving here. Back down to Moonstone the Druid. We are going to have her cast her Shapeshift spell now that she's got access to it again, which again is going to give her an extra defense dice and an extra attack dice close range only. She will have this until she takes damage, and if she wants it back, all she needs to do is heal herself back up to maximum health. All right, with her extra attack dice, she swings her claws at the Wasteland Goblin, hitting it with a 1, which it doesn't block, but it's not dead. That is unfortunate. She should have been able to do better than that, but oh well, here we are. Maybe the shapeshift was a bad idea on this turn. Tiaga's stupid roll. Again, she gets +2 from being adjacent to Moonstone, but if she fails it this turn, she is unconscious. And indeed, she does fail it. Having her take 1 more body point of damage, which means that she is unconscious. And also, it does still summon 2 orcs. But if we leave her unconscious, this will be the last time that orcs are summoned into the quest. Okay, now the 2 new orcs can't get to Tiaga, but again, one can go ahead and fill that space that's there by Morkai. So let's go ahead and do that. Whoops, I knocked that pit trap off. That orc is going to go ahead and attack Morkai, hitting him with a 1. Which he blocks. Okay, it is now the monster's turn, so Tiaga obviously doesn't get to have a turn since she's unconscious. I guess we should have had her use that Arrows of the Night spell earlier, after all. As we leave her unconscious for the rest of the quest, there's going to be no benefit there, but oh well. Okay, turn order, just so that I don't lose anything. Wasteland Femmer on Ragnar. Hits him with a 1. Which he does not block. We've got an orc on Morkai, not this one because it attacked already, but that one didn't. So the other orc attacking Morkai and hitting him with a 1, which he does not block. Weird how this works. Down here, we've got the Wasteland Goblin attacking Moonstone the Druid, but missing. Can these orcs step over Tiaga's unconscious body? She's not removed from the board because she's not dead. Can this orc attack Moonstone even though Tiaga's in the way? I'm kind of feeling like no. Because it can't occupy that space. Because she's there. Interesting. Never come up to that again, or there before. But that monster's got to be adjacent to a hero to attack it, and it can occupy that space because her body's there. We don't remove her from the board because she's not dead. I'd say that orc can attack her. Gohan says loophole. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's the ruling there. It's more of a game mechanic thing than a quote-unquote IRL thing. Because Tiaga isn't dead, right. If she were removed from the board, it'd be a different thing, for sure. Now, if this were a real thing, I feel like the orc could probably, straddle her and swing. But according to the game mechanics, I'd say that's a no. Okay, so that's gonna take us back to the hero's turn. Okay, I actually have to pee, so give me just one moment. I'm gonna hit you guys with the we'll be right back screen. I'm gonna go pee. This is not gonna take real long. It'll just be like maybe a minute. So give me just a second here. All right, here we go. Would they then go after the other heroes? That's a good question. Now, I'd say yes if they could get to them, but there are no open squares. Oh, 1 in 26 is here on a 25 stream streak. That's awesome. Good to see you. Wasn't sure if you were in or not. Hope you're feeling all right. Okay, back to the thing. Now, we ended at the end of a monster's turn, so we are back to Ragnar. Ragnar is attacking the Wasteland Femur right there. So let's get him swinging. Now, he's got the strongest attack dice of everybody in this quest. There's really no reason he should be missing or getting bad dice rolls, but you know how it goes. Ragnar swings his battle axe at the Femur, hitting it with a 3. See, now that's exactly it. That's good. Keep that up, Ragnar, and maybe people would hate you less. And the Femur doesn't defend a single thing. That's better. Okay, it's still kind of silly to march him in there, though, considering Mordekai's kind of in danger, and Ragnar would also be surrounded if we marched him in there. So I think that's not a very good idea. I think we're gonna have him drink one of his potions too. So he's got a couple of potions of healing here. We're gonna go ahead and drink one, discard that potion, and give him some health back, because he's getting pretty low. 1, 2, 3, and 4 pops him back up to 7 body points. Ah, meds, yuck, yep, totally understood. Totally understood. Okay, it is Mordekai's turn, and he is attacking some orcs. What can he do to help himself here? Because he is starting to get low on health, but it may actually be beneficial for him to save his healing spells for saving himself if he dies. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start by having him cast Rock Skin on himself. The hero may use 1 extra defense dice when being attacked. The spell is broken when the hero suffers 1 body point of damage. So we'll just temporarily boost Mordekai's defense. Or if he doesn't get hit the rest of the quest, it might be the rest of the quest he's got this on, just to give him a little bit of an extra edge. And we will also have him make an attack on the orc right in front of him. This worked last time. Let's see if it works this time. Swinging his wizard staff, he misses. Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. All right, Moonstone suddenly finds herself alone in a hallway full of monsters, given not very tough monsters, but she does seem to be struggling today. So let's see what we can do with her here. Moonstone swings her claws at the Wasteland Goblin, hitting it with a 2. The Goblin does not defend. Okay, so much for struggling. Way to go, Moonstone. Sometimes if you trash talk the heroes just right, they start acting up. Or acting better, rather. Okay, for the first turn in a while, she can actually move. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. She's bound to lose this shapeshift spell one way or the other. So it's gonna happen. It's just kind of a matter of how we're gonna choose to let it happen. So I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna move her 1, 2. We don't need to roll for that. She's guaranteed 2. Luckily, that particular square is not trapped. She doesn't have the action to search yet, but she's in the room to get all of that done. I will say, I think that the monster's turn, because it is the monster's turn now, I think these orcs can step over Tiaga's body. I just don't think they can occupy that same square. So I do think these orcs should be able to come attack her now. We can't just like hard block them behind Tiaga's body. But pretty much everybody can attack this turn. Yeah, we don't have anybody that's blocked from attacking this turn. So let's go ahead and get this orc headed down. 1, 2, 3. Attacking Moonstone. Hitting her with a critical hit of 3. She is currently benefiting from the extra defense dice. She blocks 2, only taking 1 damage, but unfortunately that is still enough to break the shapeshift. Whether that is temporary or for the rest of the quest is yet to be determined, but I imagine it will be for the rest of the quest. Gohan says, watch me. There you go. And we'll send this orc back up here as well. It can't actually hit her, but it's ready to go. Up here, we've got one of these three monsters that needs to go attack Ragnar, so we'll go low card, medium card, high card. Yeah, Jack is a high card for sure, so that is a Wasteland Orc. Can the Wasteland Orc move all the way up there? It can only move 3 spaces. That is a no. Should have checked that first. Okay, red card or black card? We're getting a black card, so it's going to be this orc instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wish I'd realized that. 1, 2, 3. I need to pay better attention to that. Bunch these monsters up here so that the orcs are ready to go. Anyway, this orc is swinging its flail at Ragnar, hitting him with a 2, and he doesn't defend either of them. All right, back to the hero's turn. It is Ragnar's turn. You know what would actually be really to his benefit is to try and help Mordecai get rid of these orcs so that Mordecai can help him. That would actually be better to his benefit than hitting the orc that's right in his face. So let's have him shoot at this orc. Now, Ragnar has a crossbow. He doesn't like to use it, but he does have one. So he's going to put an arrow in his crossbow and fire at that orc, hitting it with a 2. And the orc does not defend. So if between him and Mordecai we can get rid of these orcs that Melar summoned, then Mordecai can actually help Ragnar, and we might actually move forward in the quest now that we're not getting orcs every single turn. Now that we are here, I don't think I actually used rock skin for Mordecai on that last monster's turn. Oh well, we'll leave it on him, but because I didn't roll the extra dice. Come on, brain, get in the game. Yeah, we're gonna have Mordecai do the old move and run. Move and run. Brain, come on, man. Move and attack. Mordecai moves and sends a blast of energy from his redwood wand, missing the orc. So it didn't matter. Oh, geez. Okay. Down here, we are now at Moonstone the Druid, who needs to try and get rid of these 2 orcs and also get these 2 rooms down here searched so that we can determine what is going to happen that direction. Now, again, she would benefit from moving and then attacking, but we do want to make sure that she's not going to get surrounded by both orcs at once. She also doesn't know if there are traps in this room. So let's see what she's going to do. Is she searching for something and then attacking, or is she moving despite the fact she doesn't know if there's traps and then attacking slightly harder? She is going to do that one. Is she moving up or down? She's going down, so she's going this direction, and then she is going to fire a blast of energy from her redwood wand at the orc in the doorway, hitting it with a 1, which it blocks. Gohan says all traps. Yeah. Well, you'd think, since she didn't search for it, that there would be one, you know? Unfortunately, her gambit did not pay off, because she only got 1 skull. Okay, we don't have Tiaga, so it is the monster's turn. Let's go ahead and take care of these orcs here. Orc moves into the room and swings its mace, hitting her with a 1, which she doesn't defend, dropping her to 8. This other orc can't get to her, but it can move up there. Up in this room, we have this orc chasing Mordecai, swinging its sword, and missing him. I mean, Mordecai missed him, so it makes sense that he would miss Mordecai. And then we have the orc attacking Ragnar, swinging its flail, hitting him with a 2, which he doesn't defend either. Gosh. Okay, we're going to end up using up every single healing potion we've got and every single trick that we've got in these hero sleeves, because this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that they cannot roll defense. Okay, back to Ragnar. Now, I'd like to think that Mordecai is going to take care of that orc, but that seems at this point like maybe a foolish idea. I do think we're going to go ahead and have Ragnar attack the orc behind him. Swinging his battle axe, he hits the orc with a 2. And the orc does not defend either one. It is dead. It's just one of those days, Gohan says. Yeah, I agree. The dice are just simply not cooperating even one little bit. Okay, Mordecai, we're going to do the move and attack thing. Don't let us down, Mordecai. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to take this guy out with 3 attack dice. He sends a blast of energy with his redwood wand and hits the orc with a 2. That's a little more like it. The orc doesn't block a single thing. That's the way to go, Mordecai. Finally. Wouldn't have thought the heroes were in a bunch of danger once we got out of that insane bunch of monsters that we had. But they've started struggling again. We're in that weird pendulum swing, I suppose. All right, down here with Moonstone, who is still kind of struggling to figure out what to do with these orcs. Keep in mind, again, these are basic Hero Quest orcs, 3 attack, 2 defense, 1 body point. They really shouldn't be super hard to get rid of, but when you only have 2 attack dice, it's a weird thing. Okay, so we need to card her again. Is she going to move an attack, or just attack close range so that she can search the room? She is going to attack at close range so that she can spend her other action searching the room. She swings with her wooden staff, hitting that orc with a critical hit of 2, and it blocks both. Jeez. Oh man, that is insane. Okay, I thought for sure that, well, at least one orc is dead. Poor Moonstone all alone. But no, the orc blocks both. Wild. Okay, she's going to spend her other action. She can search for either traps or secret doors here. However, I think I'm going to force her into a secret door search because there's no point in searching for traps unless there's a secret door. You know what? That's not necessarily true because she could freely move around the room if she knew there weren't traps. Never mind. We're gonna go ahead and card this. Okay, she is searching for secret doors, and there are none. Okay, monster's turn. We got the orc attacking Moonstone, swinging its mace and hitting her with a 2. She blocks both. Up here, we've got 2 monsters that could approach Ragnar. It's going to be red for the goblin, black for the orc. And we got a black card there. So this is a wasteland orc approaching Ragnar, swinging its axe and hitting him with a 1. He blocks, just barely. For once, Mordecai doesn't have anybody attacking. Gohan says, imagine if there was accuracy chance too. Oh my gosh, yeah, that would make this so impossible if we had to do 2 separate rolls. 1 for accuracy, 1 for attack. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing how we're going to have to split this across tonight and tomorrow night, aren't we? I mean, it's almost already 3 a.m. and we're definitely not halfway through the quest. That really sucks too. But I'm not seeing where we're going to have a choice with that other than like bowling our way through till whatever time it might be by the time we finish. Yeah, we're at the beginning of a turn. Okay, Ragnar. Swinging his battle axe at the wasteland orc. Hits it with a 2. And it blocks 1 and takes the other, which means damaged but not dead. However, Mordecai might finish it off, now that Mordecai is free to actually help. Mordecai sends a blast of energy from his redwood wand, hitting the orc again with a 2. And it blocks 1 but not the other, so between the 2 of them, they kind of chip damaged. Just says, you don't work Saturday, do you? No. Uther says, I'd say 1 or 2 more rounds. Right, yes. No, Justin, I don't work on Saturdays. However, I do make sure that I'm home with the family then, because I am pretty much gone every single day, all day throughout the week. Oh, let's see. Yeah, it wouldn't be to Mordecai's benefit to move in there. Although he does, at the moment, he does defend more than Ragnar does. They're both not great on health. Okay. Yeah, actually, it is actually more to our benefit to send Mordecai in there. Leave Ragnar up front. Okay, Moonstone. Moonstone's again, she's got a couple of options before her. She can risk stepping on a trap that might be next to her for the sake of attacking a little harder, or she can try to attack close range and then use her other action to search for traps. Which one is she doing? She is going to risk it. And luckily there is no trap there, but she does get to roll a little bit better, sending a blast of energy with her wand. She hits the orc with a 1. That might still work. Remember, this is just a regular stat orc. And it does, and excuse me, in this case, the orc does not block the incoming attack and dies. Okay, on the monster's turn, we have the other orc coming in here and attacking her, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. I really didn't think she was going to. And up here, we've got the mountain goblin attacking Mordecai, who is currently benefiting from rock skin. The goblin hits Mordecai with a 1, which he blocks, but again, just barely. 1 single shield out of all that. Okay, Ragnar. Kind of letting my brain process a few things here. 1, 2, 3. Ragnar is going to attack the goblin, swinging his battle axe and hitting the goblin with a 2. The goblin blocks one of those hits, which means it is not dead. That's a tough little goblin. That's kind of wild. And then Mordecai is going to do the old move and then attack, sending a blast of energy with his wand at the goblin and hitting it with a 1. Whoops, I've just punched a dice all the way to the wall. That dice is lost for now. Goblin's dead, though. Why are the drawers closed? Clearly, I need to go to bed, guys. What drawer did this guy come out of? He came out of the first drawer, okay. Okay, no, actually I can see the dice. I'm gonna go ahead and grab it. That sounded like it went way further than it actually did. Hey, there's a secret door search marker down here too. Always. Okay, that was Mordecai. Yes, indeed. So we are down here at Moonstone with this last orc. Okay, same thing, because she still doesn't know if there's traps in the room, but she would benefit attack-wise from moving backwards 1 square. So is she attacking close range so that she can search, or risking moving back another square so that she can attack a little harder? She's risking it. And luckily there are no traps there. She sends a blast of energy with her redwood wand, hitting the orc with a critical hit of 3, and on a regular Hero Quest stat orc, that is a critical hit, a skilled strike, and that orc is super dead. Okay. Holy crap. I mean, quite literally, for the first time this quest, we have no monsters on the board for the monster's turn. It is back to Ragnar. And my wildly bendy weapons rack here. That thing is all sorts of messed up. Okay, Ragnar. Are we searching for treasure? Or are we leaving? He's leaving. So let's see what's out the door. 1, 2, 3. course, we already knew about the wall that's right out there. There are no more monsters to place right at the moment. Gohan says on a jet plane. Yes. There's a reference I recognize. Okay. Oh, there is one thing I can reveal. Okay, I had almost forgotten about that. So we know about the wall. This is one big area. So this whole central room here is not a room, no walls. This is one big open area with hallways that go up and down. And that is all that's left in the quest, but there is kind of more than what it seems like. At the end here is an altar. Now, as far as searching goes, we're just counting the big square and these 3 little spaces of hallway. So if he searches this area for traps, it's going to count these little spaces and this big area. It will not count towards the hallways going up or down. Having said that, it is now time for that. Is he searching or is he barging? He's searching. Kinda impressed. Okay, so for this little hallway here and the whole big old room here, there are no traps. Ah, we got a wandering monster from Banana. See, that's the other thing that concerns me about splitting this quest is resetting all of the redeems. Okay, that is the end of Ragnar's turn, so we might as well take care of that monster before I forget. Okie dokie, let's see what monster we're getting. The 8 of Diamonds is an ocean abomination. There we go. And we are going to draw to see which hero this is attacking. If we get spades, we're going to redraw because Tiaga is unconscious. Diamonds is Morkai. If it's the same thing, that would be crazy. Yeah, so kinda. I mean, it looks like the same thing. It is a different variant of that monster, though. This is an ocean variant. The other one was a wasteland variant, so it's a little quicker, but it has less attack, I think. The abominations are a little weird. Okay, so in this case, it actually has a little bit less defense. More movement, less defense. Just because these things are big and hulking and scary looking, kind of felt weird to nerf their attack. Oh, you're right, Banana. You summoned the ocean mummy last time. That's right. That's right. Okay, the ocean abomination attacks Morkai immediately, hitting him with a critical hit of 3. He blocks 1 and takes 2 damage, which unfortunately breaks his rock skin spell. Okay, and it is actually Morkai's turn, so we're right back to him. I don't think we want to use his genie spell on this guy. Although he still has that spell tome artifact he could use to get all his spells for this whole quest back. He's going to end up needing that just for healing spells at this point. Okay, I think his best option here is, again, the old move and attack. So he attacks better at long range, so that's why we keep doing that. He's going to send a blast of energy from his Redwood Wand at the Ocean Abomination, hitting it with a 2, which may... No, that's not going to kill it. This thing's got an extra body point. 3 attack, 2 defense, 3 body points. Okay, didn't defend either hit, so it took 2 damage. It's got 1 body point left. We'll also need to remember it can't attack on the next monster's turn because it did attack on this turn cycle. And we are at Moonstone, who finally finds herself alone in this room. There is no point in searching for traps now. She steps on every square that she needs to, so we're going to have her go ahead and search this room for treasure and hope that it's not a wandering monster or a trap. What does she find? Indeed, it is a pitfall. The stone beneath her feet gives way. She falls into a shallow pit, losing 1 body point. Yeah, totally a trap. Okay, then she can take her second action. She might as well move. Boy, we've got to get rid of these 2 traps so that she can check this blue room. I would hate to leave a room unsearched for treasure. That feels like it kind of defeats the point of the whole thing, just about. So I feel like we got to take her across those traps. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then, yeah, I want her to try and disarm those traps. I don't want her to try and jump the spear trap, because that's also going to force her to try and jump the pit trap. So I think we better just stop her right there. Oh, Banana wants to know, what is this game called? This game is called Hero Quest. That's all one word. However, the Q is also capitalized. Now, keeping in mind, we are also playing a pretty heavily customized version of this game's rules. But pretty much all of the assets that you are seeing on the board are from Hero Quest. And my rule set is very heavily based on the Hero Quest rule set. Okay, no monster's turn, because again, the Abomination already attacked on this turn cycle, so we are back to Ragnar, and I do believe we want to get rid of this monster before we're going anywhere else, especially if we're getting ready to call it a night. Ragnar swings his battle axe at the Ocean Abomination, hitting it with a 1, and it doesn't defend. And basically, because it was already damaged, that happens to kill it. But that was certainly more luck on Ragnar's part than skill. Okay, that's going to take us to Morkai. Yes, you're right, it is. It is 2:58 a.m., so we are getting right close. So we'll probably finish this turn, and then we'll call it a night. And then I'm going to have to try and figure out what to do about... I hate to turn Justin down, because Justin's not available super often. But I also kind of don't want him to take over in the middle of a quest, especially one that's gone kind of poorly, if I'm being honest, from a hero health perspective. Last time Justin was on, one of the heroes died, and so I'd kind of hate for that to be his thing, is every time he's on, a hero dies, because we'd be putting him in a situation where it's not super unlikely for that to happen, you know. Morkai, are we searching for treasure or leaving? He is also leaving. No treasure for Morkai. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Moving out into the bigger open area of the central room. We are going to go ahead and have him search this area for secret doors. However, there are none. No further things can be seen from his current vantage point. That takes us over to Moonstone, who is going to spend a couple of turns trying to get rid of some of this stuff. We are going to step her on the spear trap and attempt to disarm it, kind of like we did at the very beginning of the quest. If this is a shield of either color, she is successful. And it is. She successfully disarms the spear trap, and unfortunately that does take her entire turn. Okay, no monsters on the board. Justin says, no worries, I'm more available for the next month or so, working normal hours for a bit after today. That's right, I forgot you're going to be on day shift for a little while. Now, are you doing like Monday through Friday in addition to day shift, or is it still kind of like weird days? Because obviously working day shift, you're not going to want to come here until 3 a.m. and then have a half an hour drive home and then have to go to work at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. or whatever time it is. But I mean, I'm sure we could work it around so that it's on a... You know, maybe you worked that morning, but you're going to be off the next day or something. Because that would be good. I'd love to have you back to play again, but I really don't want to stick you right into the middle of a bad situation either. Honestly, I don't want you to have to start in the middle of a quest at all. Even if the quest is going well. That just feels a little like, meh. Okay, let's, oh, right, I almost forgot. Monday through Friday, nice, okay. So, like, theoretically, a week from today, you could come and do one, because you would, or even from the, or even on that Saturday, next Saturday, as long as we don't end up in the same situation. Of course, if I know, well, I don't know how much effect I'll be able to have on this. I always try to play it quickly, but there's only so much you can do sometimes. Yeah, we'll work it out for sure, for sure. Okay, well, I got to keep this in mind because on our YouTube channel where we upload all the videos, I like to have everything, all these quests be a single video, even if it takes multiple streams to complete. So we need to give ourselves a nice editing point to go into tomorrow night's stream. And what we've been doing is a wild arm waving movie magic there. I think I might try. This is probably going to be stupid, right? I'm going to try and just like grab and like, and we're back. Did that work? Did it work? I don't know if the new thing worked. Maybe the new thing worked. Maybe the new thing didn't work and we got to go back to the old movie magic. We'll find out. But I am currently past not edited yet, Luke, so I don't know yet. Yes, indeed. Yes. Dr. Funnut, increased monster stat got doubled. Correct. We are going to try out some new prices for some of the stuff. Actually, that wasn't the only thing that got changed. Pretty much everything got changed other than item swap. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Death Save and Potion of Restoration both got doubled. Potion of Healing and Potion of Strength both got increased. The Wandering Monster ones got increased as well. We're going to try that out Monday night and see what happens with it. Okay, so we need to start on Ragnar in the green room, and by the looks of it, that room was not searched for treasure. I see some of my markers got moved while we were down here earlier, and I'm not sure what got hit with what. It's one of the reasons I hate it when we have to be down here when stuff is in the middle of being set up. Stuff inevitably gets messed with. Not on purpose, but still. Okay, yes, he needs to search for treasure in there, or at least we need to ask him if he wants to, because Moonstone is also going to have to walk through that room almost assuredly. So Ragnar, are we searching for treasure or leaving? He is not going to search for treasure. He's leaving. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Ragnar is walking out into the central area here. Again, no walls here for a reason. This is one big open area, and we have a hallway leading up and a hallway leading down. This whole area has been searched both for traps and secret doors already, so nothing more he can do. Moonstone should not go into that green room. I have a feeling that everything left in the treasure deck is bad stuff. We're down to the nitty-gritty and most of the good things have been drawn already. I'm not sure if there's a single gold or potion left in the little bit we have before we need to shuffle the treasure deck. Okie dokie, that's, oops, I moved it over to Moonstone, but we're not at her yet. It is Morkai's turn, the wizard right back here, and he is also going to be heading into this central area, and he is going to need to choose whether or not he's going up or down. That's a pretty good roll, though. Right, yes, Gohan, we got to find out one way or another, right, because we never get any good treasure search ever again unless we just get through it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that he's in the center, let's determine if he's headed up or down. He is going up. 4, so 5, 6, 7. This is the last safe square before they don't know if anything is trapped or not. So let's see if he's going to search for traps before he barges. He is going to search for traps. That's kind of a nice change of pace. And indeed, there are a couple of traps right in front of his face, even. And they are swinging blade traps. So thankfully, in Thursday night's creative stream, we worked out a better way to achieve these swinging blade traps, which is going to cap them in case the heroes can't get them gone. So we don't have a situation like we did the other night where it just stops the game dead in its tracks because the heroes can't get past them. Looks weird without walls. Yes, it does. I agree. We're used to seeing like one wall missing, you know, 1 or 2 walls going into a room, but having all of them gone is weird. All right, so that is going to be the end of his turn because he moved in search for traps. Coming back down here, we are now at Moonstone, and I do think that we are going to take Uther's advice regarding that pass-through rock scroll. Just to try and help Moonstone avoid the damage of stepping on that trap. Now, she's probably still going to step on it coming back through, but at least there's one version of this that doesn't require her to get hit by it. Yeah, because jumping over it, trying to jump over it is going to be better. Yeah, let's do it. For a couple of reasons, both to avoid potential damage one way and also for the sake of just using this scroll. Pass-through rock loses a bit of its efficacy when I know what the map looks like. It's kind of hard to randomize unless we were to literally randomize every square a character moves. Okay, so pass-through rock allows that hero to move unaffected through walls, traps, and monsters on their next turn. If the hero ends their turn in an area of solid rock, they are immediately crushed and killed. Their items and equipment cannot be retrieved. This scroll crumbles to dust once used. Now, we don't have to worry about the solid rock thing in this case because we know that this blue room is open. Monsters came out of it, so we know that that's not going to happen at least. Man, another good roll, too. 1, 2, and 3, and we'll just go ahead and stand her right in the doorway there and stop her there. Now, she can't do anything else because she... No, I'm sorry, that was not casting a spell. That was using an item. She can. Nothing has been searched in this room. So traps, secret doors, or treasure are the 3 options. And I think we're going to have her not search for traps right away because if there is no secret door in this room, she's already stepped on the only relevant square to the room and there's no need to search for traps. So secret doors or treasure? She's going for secret doors. And there are none. I see what you're saying. Use it on the way back. Could have used it for more distance, potentially. I see exactly what you're saying there. Yeah. Yep. She should have tried to jump the trap first, then used it, and, like, gone out into this area. Gone straight out across this way, or even, like, up and out to them. Yep. Oh, sometimes. I 100% see what you're saying. And that's probably what you were referencing when you were saying she shouldn't go in the green room earlier, right? She shouldn't have needed to go through the green room, but I used the item stupidly. Yep. Yep, I got it. Okay, well, Tiaga is still down for the count, of course, and we're planning on leaving her there, at least for the moment. No monsters on the board, so we are headed back over to Ragnar. Now, being that everybody is fairly low on health at the moment, I think I'm going to keep the 2 of them together rather than having them split apart to explore. I like to split the party 2 and 2, but Tiaga being down is causing a weird thing with that anyway, so let's have Mordecai and Ragnar stick together. And he is going to head... Geez, we're getting good dice rolls. The movement rolls, anyway. I hope the attack rolls are this good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we might as well have somebody make an attempt at getting rid of this trap. Okay. Attempting to disarm the trap. He needs a shield of either color. Will work. This is our first roll with the green dice. And unfortunately, he has rolled a skull. Hopefully you guys can see that. On my screen, that looks like basically impossible to read. That is a skull, which means he has failed at disarming the trap. So a swinging blade flies out of the ceiling and hits him for 1 damage, knocking him back. And we'll actually have it knock him back into this area since he can't occupy the same space as Mordecai. But hitting him for some damage there. Okay, also, before his turn is over, now he did move and attempt to disarm a trap, but he can still use an item. I'm going to go ahead and have him use one of his potions of healing, because he is quite low on health right now. So this is going to drop him down to 1 potion left. 1, 2, 3, and 4 puts him back up at 6 health. Okay, Morkai. I guess we will also have Morkai attempt to disarm that trap. Now, what we decided on the creative stream on Thursday was that this trap has a limited number of times that it can trigger before it's gone. And the limit that was decided at the end was 3, although there was some dissent in the chat as to whether it should be 2. So I guess we'll, as we continue to see these traps popping up, we'll continue to test that. 3 seems good for now. So same thing, Morkai doesn't need to roll. He's going to move forward 1 step and attempt to disarm the trap. Same thing for him, he just needs a shield of either color, white or black. And he has successfully done it. See, now that's how that's supposed to go. Not like the quest we had a few nights ago, or last week, where the heroes, I mean, geez, how many turns did we do where like all 4 heroes were trying to get rid of one of these traps and just couldn't? Here you go, second hero, first try, done. Okay, he moved and disarmed a trap, that's the end of his turn. We are now back at Moonstone, who just needs to do a treasure search before she gets out of here. Let's see what she finds. Okay. On the far wall is a skeleton wearing full plate armor. The spear from a spear trap in the wall still sticks through a stained hole in the chest of the armor. There is an insignia on the armor you don't recognize. In a pouch on the warrior's belt is 35 gold coins. Guess there's still a little bit of good stuff in there. 20, that's going to put us up to 1,850 coins total. Okay, and then for her second action, we'll go ahead and let her move. And this is unfortunate because I just was being too thick-headed to understand There's meaning, and we could have avoided this, but she is going to have to try to jump over this trap. So 1, 2, this is not a disarm, this is jump, but the mechanic is the same. A skull means she fell in the trap. A shield means she successfully jumped over it. She got a skull, so she fell in the trap, unfortunately, dropping her down to 6 body points. However, the good news about that is on the next turn, she can just crawl up out of it and continue on walking. So we don't have to like keep her doing that roll over and over until she disarms the trap, because nobody else is going to have to step on it. All right, we are back to Ragnar. Still no monsters on the board, but that is about to change. Ragnar is moving. And let's see, which door is he going to open? He's going to go for the door on the right from my point of view, which is into the red room. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Opening this door, there are no further doors. However, there is a cupboard. And one of the honestly rare instances where HeroQuest puts a piece of furniture facing that direction. There is a cupboard right there. There is also a zombie and a skeleton. Zombie right in the doorway, and skeleton right behind it. Whoops. Also, that is the skeleton of a high mage cursed by dread magic. It gets an extra body point, so it's actually at +2 body points. That skeleton has 3 total body points because of our difficulty chart, and also it being kind of an extra special monster on the board. All right, Ragnar. Are we searching for traps or are we attacking the zombie? That sure would be dumb to not attack the zombie. He is indeed attacking the zombie. Swinging his battle axe. He gets a 3. Gosh, it's even kind of hard for me to see in real life what those dice say. Are you guys having any issues seeing what those dice? I'll be honestly surprised if you guys can tell what those are supposed to be. There's a couple of other settings on my dice cam that I can try here real quick. That's maybe a tiny bit better. That's awful. Black and white's no help. Also awful. That's where we were before. Yeah, that might be ever so slightly better. It's very red tinted. You there says those dice say things. Yeah, I mean with their little mouths. You can't hear that? I'm surprised. Dr. Funnut says that's a letter. I thought it was a strawberry. Okay. Well, he did get 3 skulls. Difficult as it is to read what those dice might be trying to say there. 3 skulls on that zombie. It attempts to defend and does not. Ooh, that's the jelly zombie drawer. When we get back to that drawer, he'll be the next one drawn out of there. Okie dokie, that takes us to Morkai. Now, Morkai would not benefit at all from getting close range on that skeleton, so let's just kind of move him up a couple and have him fire into the room. Morkai fires a blast of energy from his redwood wand at the skeleton of the High Mage, hitting him with a 2, or hitting it with a 2, rather. It blocks 1, but not the other, taking 1 body point of damage, meaning it is reduced to 2. All right, that takes us back over to Moonstone, who could have been much closer to the party if I hadn't been dumb about her movement. And doesn't look like she's got anything that can increase her movement, so let's just get her walking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, there's another pit trap there I didn't notice. Oh, 7. Moonstone, can we jump this one, please? A shield of either color will get her across this. And she's got a white shield. Okay, good. 8, 9. Man. That makes me feel even stupider about not registering that pass-through rock scroll being more helpful. At least she jumped that one. No Tiaga. Moonstone, I assume, carefully stepped over Tiaga's unconscious body just there. You thought, oh, let's use it first. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I was just thinking about the immediate threat being the pit trap that she wouldn't have to step on if she used that. Not even thinking that she could step on it once and then avoid 2 of them if I waited. I will never let you live this down. That's fine. You will likely find several more things to not let me live down over the course of this series. I'm afraid my brain lives my life in a state of distraction. That means strategic thinking is not always at the forethought. Or the forefront, rather. Alright, monster's turn. Skeleton moving up towards Ragnar and swinging its scythe, hitting Ragnar with a 1. Which he blocks. Alright, that's going to take us right back up to Ragnar. Well, these green dice are certainly rolling better in our favor. Oh, very true. Cody says if that's the worst thing you'll never live down, it's a win. Yeah, 100% true. Yeah. Okay, Ragnar swinging his battle axe at the skeleton of the High Mage and hitting it with a 3. And the High Mage does not defend at all, which means it is dead. Is there some sort of dialogue this guy says? No. Okay, there are 4 of these guys, and when the 4th one is killed, the 4th one has dialogue. Alright, Ragnar also has another action on his turn, and he has several options for this red room. He could search it for traps, search for secret doors, or move in there with the intent to search for treasure on the next turn. And King is no help. Ace means he is searching for traps. There is indeed a spear trap in this room. However, since nobody needs to really walk in there unless there's a secret door, this is, well, either way, this is a very avoidable trap. Spear trap right there, doesn't matter too much. Morkai, I would imagine let's go ahead and just have Morkai open that other door. I mean, Ragnar's right behind him even if he gets in trouble. He's got healing spells to save himself if he gets particularly hit bad. So opening the door into this blue room, there are no further doors. There is a bookshelf here. And same thing as the last room. We've got a zombie and the skeleton of a high mage that has an extra body point. So zombie right in the doorway. And High Mage Skeleton, this time not directly behind, but just off to the side a little bit. Okay, Mordecai has not done anything yet on this turn other than opening that door, so let's see, is he going to search that room for traps or attack that monster? He is attacking the monster. Now, he is close range, which sucks a little bit. I suppose he could move back one, although that opens the door for both of those monsters to walk out of it. Yeah, let's risk it. Let's have him just attack with the staff. Okay, Mordecai swings his wizard staff at the zombie, hitting it with a critical hit of 2. And it blocks 1. So damaged but not destroyed. I'll tell you what, I'm kind of impressed with how these green dice are rolling. It kind of sucks that I imagine you guys can't tell what I'm rolling, but they are definitely rolling like noticeably better in our favor than the white dice were. It's kind of funny. Okay, that's going to take us down to Moonstone, who is still making her very slow way across the map. 1, 2, 3. Continuing her extremely slow and stupid on my part roll through the map. She has elected this time to roll 3, and that's it. That's all she can do. That room's been searched for everything, so that's where we are. Shamrock says white dice is a scam. Yes. And Dr. Funnett says white dice were rigged the whole time. It wasn't the buffs. Yeah. No, I could have told you that. I mean, not that the white dice were rigged, but that the you guys summoning extra monsters and the buffs were not the reason the heroes were struggling. It was always the terrible dice rolls. Okay, monster's turn. We have that zombie returning an attack on Mordecai the Wizard, swinging its sword and hitting Mordecai with a 1, which he does not defend. See, that right there is a terrible roll. That drops Mordecai to 2 body points. Now, luckily, he's still got 3 healing spells, and he's got that Spell Tome artifact that will allow him to regain all of the spells that he started the quest with. Cody says, time to 3D print some dice and see how it messes with everything. Yes, I'd love to, because now I brought this up a couple times, but it's been a long time. Up until we started the Keller's Keep book in this show, I have always used the classic HeroQuest dice. So again, if I switch over to this camera and show you guys, the classic dice are these littler ones right here. This is the Milton Bradley dice, the original HeroQuest dice, and I have always used those, but they didn't show up very well on the camera. So I switched to the bigger Avalon Hill dice because they showed up better on the dice cam, and suddenly the rolls were garbage. So it's made me think more than once recently about switching back to the Milton Bradley dice despite them not being super visible on camera. But I'm interested to see how the dice swap redeem goes, because I was looking for more things like the item swap. Just kind of like fun, chaotic things that don't necessarily affect the quest negatively or positively. Just fun little things like that. And I think the dice swap was also an excuse for me to use some of these other dice that I just never touch. Okay, Ragnar. What are we doing here? Ragnar is looking into that red room, and it still needs search for a couple of things, but Mordecai is also now needing potential assistance with some monsters over there. So Ragnar's options are search the red room for secret doors, walk into the red room and search for treasure, help Mordecai with combat. He is going to help Mordecai with combat. We got a queen just there. The Queen of Spades. We're drawing all the queens tonight. All right, Ragnar loads up an arrow in his crossbow and fires at the zombie, but misses. Well, there you go. I've jinxed the green dice by saying something. Cody says, have Sav repaint the MB dice. I know mine are faded, so I can only imagine some of yours. Yes. We thought about that. The big one is just the black shield. Everything else is okay. The black shield needs to be filled in better for sure, and we might experiment with something. We did buy Sharpies and tried to color them in with Sharpies, and it just didn't work on whatever those dice are made out of. It just didn't work. Very strange. But I would, even from kind of a tactile standpoint, I prefer the Milton Bradley dice. You know what I mean? That's why I've continued to use the Milton Bradley movement dice in that last-ditch effort to use the nice, smaller, rounded corners dice rather than the big, clunky, hard corners dice. Okay, with Ragnar's other action, we are going to have him go ahead and search for secret doors in this room, which he is able to do from that position, and there are none. Since he was basically no help at all. Okay, Mordecai. I do think we want to get him firing long range. It's potentially going to cause that skeleton to walk out here, as well as the zombie if we don't kill it, but Mordecai prefers long range combat and he fires better at that way anyway. So, Mordecai fires a blast of energy from his redwood wand at the zombie, hitting it with a 2. And it blocked both of them. Whoops. So maybe all of these dice have the ability to turn against the heroes totally randomly. All right, Moonstone, are we rolling any better this turn? Yeah, 9 is not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And instead of moving her that 9th roll, we are going to stop her right there and have her search this room for treasure, because she is theoretically the last hero that will travel through it. Let's see what she finds. Scattered in the dirt throughout the room, you are able to find 15 gold coins. Okay, well, if you guys needed any proof that I don't look through the treasure deck, there you go. My absolute assurance that the rest of the treasure deck was bad stuff and then the next 2 cards are coins. Okay, monster's turn. We've got both the zombie and the high mage skeleton attacking here because we can have both. Now, who's the zombie going for? Zombie's going for Ragnar. 1, 2, 3. Zombie swings its sword, missing Ragnar entirely. 1, 2, 3. High mage skeleton swings its scythe at Mordecai, hitting him with a 1. And he doesn't block, dropping him to 1 body point. All right, let's do a redeeming roll here. This roll means absolutely nothing. It's just resetting all the dice, because that worked for us a couple of times. Got you on my TV now. Oh, cool, I'm on TV. Hey, Mom, I'm on TV. That's a stupid joke. Somebody rewind that and cut that out of the video. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Okay. Actually, I guess not now that it's past midnight, but today was my mom's birthday. Showing your mother now. Yeah. Technically, it's not now because we're past midnight, but okie dokie. What's going on? You there says I think resetting roll should come with a penalty. Ah. Like a wandering monster or something. I see what you're trying to do there. It's kind of a weird thing. I don't know how that works. It shouldn't work, right? It shouldn't mean anything. But for some reason, the last couple of times we've done that, it's like suddenly worked. Like we confused the dice into rolling good again. Ragnar attacking that zombie. Keep in mind that zombie is damaged a little bit already. He did hit the zombie with a 1. I don't think we've successfully confused the dice this time, by the looks of it. Yes, indeed, that zombie has blocked that attack. 4 attack dice, only 1 skull. Moonstone just feels left out over there with nothing to fight. Oh, she's on the way. That's for sure. Okay, so Ragnar did absolutely nothing to that zombie, and much as I'd like to move him into the red room, yeah, you know what? I think we are going to. Just so that he, theoretically, next turn can attack and do the treasure search in that room. I think let's go ahead and do that. Mordecai is going to be doing the classic old move back a space and fire, since he attacks better at long range. Firing a blast of energy from his redwood wand, he hits the high mage skeleton with a 2. The skeleton blocks 1 and takes the other, dropping the skeleton to 2 body points. Justin says, I gambled all our gold away again. Oh, no. I see what you mean about all of that roleplay stuff in that book being negatives towards the heroes. That's already the second time that's happened. Cody says, never going to Vegas with Justin. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Moonstone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's why she's lonely. Between her bad dice rolls and my idiocy in not using that pass-through rock scroll the right way, she is still way too far away to try and hit either of the monsters that are up there, but she's close. Monster's turn. We're just going to do the exact same thing we did last time. The zombie's chasing Ragnar down, swinging its sword, and hitting him with a critical hit of 2 this time. He blocks both. The High Mage Skeleton swings its scythe at Mordecai, hitting him with a 1, which he blocks just barely. Okie dokie, back to the hero's turn there. We are at Ragnar, swinging a battle axe at the zombie and hitting it with a 2. The zombie blocks 1, but not the other, meaning it is destroyed. Justin says, to be fair, I didn't do the rolls as I was logging into Twitch to have the stream on the big TV. Well, there you go. Well, sorry. So it was kind of my fault then. Somebody else did your rolls and lost all the gold. Ragnar with his second action is going to go ahead and search this room for treasure, the red room there. Let's see what he finds. He accidentally triggers a spring-loaded mechanism which crushes a glass vial and showers him in a stinging purple liquid. It's poison. Roll 1 combat dice. If it lands on a skull, he loses 1 body point. On any other result, he is unharmed. Shield. That means he is able to fight off the effects of the poison with no negative results. Okay. Mordecai on the High Mage Skeleton. We are again going to back him up 1 and let him fire. Sending a blast of energy with his redwood wand, he totally misses the High Mage Skeleton. Maybe we ought to have kept him close range. That's his entire turn essentially wasted. However, as long as Moonstone rolled something halfway decent, she should be able to come to his rescue. Yeah, that's not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 means she can also fire at the High Mage Skeleton with her redwood wand, hitting it with a critical hit of 3. The skeleton does not block either of those hits and is destroyed. She really did come to his rescue. Critical hit almost makes up for the bad dice rolls, movement-wise. Oh no, did I say 6, 7? I did, didn't I? You can't escape it, even when you're trying to. Oh, nice. Justin says they're doing the last quest of First Light already through the book. Awesome. Well, I will eagerly await a full review of the quest book, as it were. I know you've given some insights already about it, but I would like to know your thoughts once it is completed on all of the different things. The storyline, the gameplay mechanics, the length generally, all of those sorts of things. Because that might be the book that I know the least about. That and Jungles of Delthrak are probably the 2 that I know the least about. And Gohan's got to see if it's worth grabbing, exactly. Okay, no monsters on the board, so we are back to Ragnar's turn. The red room is now completely taken care of, so let's get him over to the blue room, see what's going on in there, and then maybe we'll take Mordecai and Moonstone down to the southern hallway. 1, 2, is Ragnar going to stop and search for traps, stop and search for treasure, or continue walking? Dang it, I said the wrong thing. Stop and search for traps, stop and search for secret doors, or keep walking to search for treasure. Yes, he's doing the treasure one. Luckily, that particular square is not trapped. He is searching for treasure, and let's see what he finds. Justin says it's worth grabbing. Gohan says, I'm gonna get it, but just waiting for more disposable income first. But yes, understood. Ah, he has found a heroic brew. It seems like it's been quite a while since we pulled one of those out. So naturally that means that Ragnar has taken home all the winnings. Because after all, who's gonna argue? And in most cases I would say that's true, but in Ragnar's case, I imagine you there will argue. Actually, there are probably a few members of the chat at this point who might like to argue against Ragnar taking home all the winnings. Okay, that is going to take us over to Mordecai. There's really not any reason for Mordecai to go up there and help searching, so let's get him moving. Ah, we got another item swap happening. Yeah, exactly. Gohan says beginning of the month means all the bills start all over. Yes, yeah, you there says I will always argue against Ragnar being successful. Shamrock agrees. Ragnar doesn't deserve it. Okay, oh, is that why you did the item swap? Because Ragnar just got something and we're like, no, we can't. No, we can't do that. Okay, remembering hopefully that Mordecai is about to do his movement, let's take care of this item swap real quick. We still don't have anybody with nothing. So let's see what we've got here. Yeah, it's Ragnar who's going to be losing an item. He's only got 2 items, a potion of healing and a heroic brew. He is going to be losing the potion of healing. It is going to go to Mordecai. And there we go, and there we go. Nice easy swap there. Yeah. So Ragnar gets to keep the heroic brew that he got, but he's lost, something arguably more valuable than that. Okay, Mordecai moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Unfortunately, not close enough to that lower hallway to search it. Maorkai, yes, that's right. Good old Maorkai. Probably the oldest member of our heroes' ranks. What in the world was he doing stuck in the tunnels where they found him in Quest 9 of the first book? Okay, that takes us to Moonstone, who is also up there. She is also moving very slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and equally does not make it close enough to that hallway to search for anything, which sucks a little bit. So that is going to be it for the 2 of them. Yeah. Okay. Just kind of keeping an eye out for what the options that we have. Okay. No monsters on the board, so back up to Ragnar. The only thing he really needs to do is search for secret doors in here, because again, there's no point in searching for traps unless there is a secret door, which would require him to step on more squares in the room. And he's going to search for secret doors and find none. So now they know, no point in searching for traps. Just for interest's sake, there is a spear trap right in front of his face, but he doesn't need to step on that square. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then, yeah, we'll just go ahead and move him 9. Why not? Why not? So we got a few more. Now, if you guys remember, near the beginning of the quest, when we played this last night, Moonstone cast a spell called Reveal Map, which caused me to put down all of the wall tiles and doors in the entire quest. Yeah, I misplayed Moonstone one turn and now she won't cooperate, yes. Even the Mini is upset at me that I didn't see that before I did it, yeah. So we do know about a door right here, which we wouldn't know about yet because they can't see it, but because of the Reveal Map spell, we do know that at least as far as regular doors, this doesn't count for secret doors, but as far as regular doors go, we've only got these 3 rooms left to go in the quest. There is kind of a special circumstance in this particular quest, but we're almost there. Mordecai. Mordecai, old buddy, old pal, you are now standing on the last safe square before this hallway. You searched for traps last time and it yielded a positive result. Are you smart enough to search for traps again? I'm afraid not. He has become lax in his vigil and has rather stupidly stepped on a swinging blade trap. Now, because he's stepped on it, he immediately triggers it. There's no dice roll to see if he jumps it. So, we're rolling a couple of combat dice here. And the swinging blade does nick him, hitting him with 1 and sending him backwards 1 square. Now, that is also technically death for him. So he can save himself using either the potion of healing that the item swap gave him or one of his healing spells. I do think we are going to use a healing spell here, just because they're a little less valuable than the potions are, being that they reset every quest. So he is going to cast a water of healing spell at the last moment to save himself, which is going to bring him back up to 4 body points. And I'm glad too, because I mean, if a hero's got to die, I would much rather it be at the hands of a monster than because they stupidly stepped on a trap they could have searched for. Traps on both sides? Inconceivable. Yeah. Yes. No, HeroQuest never mirrors things across the board. Never. By the way, also of interest, these traps don't actually appear until much later in the actual HeroQuest canon. These swinging blade traps are here because I put them there. Okay, we are now at Moonstone. Now, one could ask if she's stupid enough to make the same mistake. I do think that she should probably just try to disarm the trap that Mordecai just stepped on. But based on how the other hallway went, we can make a pretty educated guess as to whether or not there is a trap right here. Surely. But whether the character would think of that, you know, we can only guess. 1, 2, 3. Either way, we are going to have her attempt to disarm this swinging blade trap. As long as she gets a shield of either color, she is successful. And she did indeed get a white shield there. Successful disarming of the trap. Now, this is important to remember, and I don't know, for all of you who have played HeroQuest in the past or DM'd HeroQuest if you've had the same experience, it is important to remember as a hero that just because you stepped on a trap in an area, that does not mean that all the traps in that area have been revealed to you. So I have fairly often had heroes step on a trap, getting a dice swap, very nice. Step on a trap, and then forget to search for traps and just keep on stepping on traps. Remember that just because a single trap was revealed when you stepped on it, that there might still be other traps in that hallway, in this case. The blue ones look like they'll show up nicely. I agree, we do have technically 2 different blue ones. So would you like the Frozen Horror blue ones or the Spirit Queen's Torment blue ones? The Spirit Queen ones are a little bit like blue-green, I guess. But I think either one of those would show up pretty nicely. Go with Frozen Horror, you got it. I'll go ahead and grab a 6 of them. I've got 2 sets of Frozen Horror dice, but I've also lent some of those to Shamrock and Sam. So I don't have all, every single one of them. Which is, I think it's 6 that come with the pack, right? So I theoretically should have 12. Sorry, pals. Oh, it's all good. We got plenty of dice. If there is one thing I have plenty of, it is dice and orcs. Those are the two things that I have in abundance. Yes, 6, right. So I've got about 1 billion of these, the white dice. Oh, you know what? And I didn't even think to point this out to Shamrock when Shamrock was shorting these. There are actually white dice and off-white dice. Because the dice that came, I think, in First Light, which is this, are kind of like bone. So they are not the same color as the white dice, although they look extremely similar. Those should also be added as a set. It'll be hard to tell them apart from the white ones, but especially if you look at them next to each other, you can tell. I didn't even think to point that out. I'd totally forgotten about it myself. Might just pull these extras out of here for now. Yeah, pretty neat for sure. And you there also didn't know that. Perhaps I should get First Light. Yeah, First Light is worth it, even if you're not going to use the quest book, for the sake of the alternate hero sculpts and the dragon. And then yeah, we've got bone dice rather than white dice. I still, I left most of the things in the First Light box in the box. I'm not going to use any of the cardboard standees when I've got the actual minis. But for the sake of getting those different hero sculpts and the dragon, I got 2 of them. I got 2 First Lights. And a lot of the stuff from those boxes are still just sitting in the boxes and theoretically will for all the rest of time. Okie dokie, back to Ragnar on our turn cycle. Let me switch back cameras here. Now we've got our Frozen Horror dice ready to go. Okay, Ragnar. Now we need to maneuver carefully here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to move him here because he really should search this hallway for traps. Nope, he's going to barge. Okay, so he was here. Being that he's going to barge, I'm going to barge him the way that most players would go, which is we know that square is safe. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and luckily none of those squares were trapped. Just says double-sided map 2, which can be good for homebrew quest if you didn't play the original or the included book. True. Yeah, the other side of the First Light map is interesting. I will say I really wish they hadn't gone with the cartoony graphics. The cartoony graphics on both sides of the First Light board turned me off a little bit personally. But that's the first time in HeroQuest history that they've experimented with a different board. So kudos to them for having that. Don't think that's how my players would go. Would they barge into the dumb spaces? Would none of them put together that the swinging blade trap probably means that the 2 hallways are mirrored? I didn't roll to see which one of these doors he was going to open either. I guess I probably should have. Oh well. If they charged, I think they would have gone through the dumb spaces. There you go. Dumb. Okay, in this room that he just opened right here, we've got a bookshelf. Obviously, we've got another door here. And, speaking of mirroring things, we have a zombie and a high mage skeleton. And just like before, the zombie is right in the doorway, and the high mage skeleton is offset a little bit. Ooh, a painted skeleton. Awesome. I'm so happy when I come across these. I'll show this off real quick. Because I don't think Savannah did these guys on stream. I think this was like she was out of stuff to do one night while I was playing, so she just did some skeletons. Okay, Ragnar, are we searching for traps or are we attacking the zombie that's right in the face? We're searching for traps. I mean, respect, I guess. There is a spear trap in that room. Located right in the middle. Okay, Mordecai. Is Mordecai going to search for traps in this hallway, being that he is adjacent to it? He technically can, or is he more worried about getting down there to help Ragnar? He is more worried about helping Ragnar, I guess. 1, 2. And he does know that at least that square is not trapped because Ragnar stepped on it. Mordecai sends a blast of energy at the zombie with his redwood wand, hitting it with a critical hit of 3. Oh yes, those Frozen Horror dice show up very nicely. The zombie attempts to defend, blocks 1, but not the other 2, so it is indeed destroyed. Now I will say also, and I may have mentioned this once or twice before on stream, that Merlin Zanzar, who is in here every once in a while, he and I used to play this game weekly for years. We played every single week. He made it. He was in the middle of Against the Ogre Horde when we essentially stopped so that I could start doing this instead. It wasn't meant to be instead, but that's just kind of how it worked out. When I first got these Frozen Door horror dice, he was really enamored by them and was super excited to use them, and they rolled him black shields so often that he gave them back to me and said, I don't want these even in my dice tray as possibilities, just take them. It wasn't even specifically bad rolls. I mean, they were bad rolls, but it wasn't just bad rolls. It was specifically black shields. These dice rolled black shields so much that he's like, I don't even want them in my possibility tray. Get them out of here. So I'm curious if we will see that same thing. Moonstone. What's Moonstone doing? Is she going to search this hallway for traps? No. They're bound and determined to not search for traps. So I guess since they do know that there's only the one trap in this room, she's pretty safe to go in there and attack that guy. Yeah, Shamrock says, poor Merlin. No kidding. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll go ahead and offset her back one right here, and she can fire from that position. Firing a blast of energy from her redwood wand, she hits the High Mage skeleton with a 2. And it doesn't defend. Well, it doesn't seem like we're going to have that problem. This skeleton is reduced to 1 body point remaining. However, it is that skeleton's turn. Is he attacking Moonstone or Ragnar? He's going for Ragnar. The High Mage skeleton swings its scythe at Ragnar, hitting him with a 1, which he blocks just barely. I'm liking this. I've been staring at those white dice for so long. I'm liking this. I like switching up the dice. Okay, let's see where we're at now. That takes us back to Ragnar, indeed. I think we should have somebody probably open up this other door. I don't mind having the heroes kind of bunched up, considering we're kind of low on health here. 3 on this one monster does seem a little bit overkill. Ragnar, let's attack the skeleton. First and foremost, he's returning the attack to the skeleton, swinging his battle axe and missing entirely. Immediately proving me wrong about being overkill. He's like, oh yeah, overkill? Watch this. Watch me roll 4 dice and not get a single skull. Okay, well, since he's missed, I guess we can either roll him because he can search for secret doors in the room, or he could search for traps or secret doors in the hallway. So, secret doors in the room, traps in the hallway, secret doors in the hallway. He is going for traps in the hallway. Finally, somebody's doing it. And pretty much lucky for them, the only other trap in this hallway is the now avoidable swinging blade trap that is right there. Ragnar should just die. He's useless. Well, yeah, I mean, basically any hero that's consistently rolling 4 attack dice and getting no skulls, I'm tempted to agree. Okay, Mordecai. Let's show Ragnar how it's done with less attack dice. Mordecai sends a blast of energy with his redwood wand at the High Mage skeleton, hitting it with a 2, which the skeleton does not defend. Look at the old man with less attack dice and less body points showing you up, Ragnar. Come on, man. You're supposed to be the colonel of the Guardian Knights here. Surely you can do a little bit better than that. Okay, Mordecai's other action. Yeah, I want somebody to go open up that other room. I think that's probably where we're going to be. Now that we know that neither of these squares is trapped, it does suck a little bit that Mordecai is basically guaranteeing that somebody's going to hit him if there's a monster in this room. But I imagine a lot of you guys can probably guess what's over here based on the mirroring of these rooms. So far this lower hallway has been almost identical to what this upper hallway was, and that is for the most part true. In this room, we have a slightly different setup, but with the same monsters. So in this room is a table. We'll go ahead and put a carpet down. This place was very nice at one point anyway. Table right in the middle of the room, and if you guessed this, then you've guessed absolutely right. There is a zombie and a High Mage skeleton, and the zombie is right in the doorway. Now this is not Jelly Zombie, but it's kind of the next best thing. This is a zombie painted, and I remember the name of this paint. I couldn't tell you what brand it was, but I remember it because I thought it was funny. The name of this paint was Goblin Snot Green. Zombie in the doorway. High mage skeleton hanging out in the corner. Are we sure Ragnar isn't secretly evil this whole time? Well, that's not my intention anyway, but if he does eventually die at some point, it might be funny to kind of write that into a canon, that he was biding his time to betray them and just didn't get a chance. No, my resistance to Ragnar being a traitor is based 100% on me as a kid really liking the idea of, we went and saved this guy. He's supposed to be this really, really good knight. As repayment for being saved, he goes on the adventures with the heroes now. Which is the genesis not only of me liking Ragnar as a character and not wanting him to be a traitor, but also the idea of using more than the same 4 heroes for every quest. Both came from that idea. Just because Ragnar was on the adventures now, I didn't want 5 heroes going on every quest, because that just felt like overkill. So I invented the whole thing of being able to spin heroes and having a randomizer chart and all of that sort of stuff. Okay, unfortunately, as I mentioned, Mordecai can't do anything. He can't even attack the zombie that is in his face because he already killed the skeleton that was in this room, so we're just going to leave him there now. Moonstone has a few options. Dr. Funnut says we need an evil NPC that secretly swaps out items of allies. There you go. I tell you what, I am now endlessly, maybe obsessed isn't the right word, but I am endlessly intrigued by the lore of you guys being characters in this universe, that are akin to watchers from the void who occasionally cast magic to screw with the heroes. Dr. Funnut says call it the Jester class. Because I would love to know, in universe, the heroes must be aware at least of the item swap thing. Wait a minute, what happened to that item? Why do you have it now? What are the heroes thinking? Have they become aware that there must be some sort of magic users messing with them? Or are they blaming each other for pickpocketing each other? You know what I mean? It's just such a... It opens so many funny possibilities of what the heroes think is happening. Moonstone. Are we searching for secret doors, searching for treasure, turning around to help Mordecai now that there is a new monster threat and Mordecai's kind of low on health, or opening the door into the red room? We need a chat hero that breaks the 4th wall, yes. You there says, no, the magic messes with their mind. They think they never had the item. Oh, I love that too. It totally changes their memory around. I love it. Oh, I love it. Okay, so which of those 4 options is Moonstone going for? The second option, which I believe was searching for treasure, right? Because it was secret doors, treasure, help Mordecai leave the room. So, Moonstone, getting the treasure search in this room. Okay. And unfortunately, while she's searching, a hidden arrow shoots from the wall and strikes her, causing her to lose 1 body point. Shamrock says, just whispers in Moonstone's ear, the Voidcasters aren't going to like that decision. Yeah. Dr. Funnut says, have the confusion be so great they start blaming each other and attack each other as payback. Friendly fire. Okay, that was action number 1 for Moonstone. So her second potential actions are search for secret doors, position herself to help Mordecai, or leave the room. She is searching for secret doors. That was a low card there. No secret doors in this room. Savannah says this is a job for Captain Minor Inconvenience. Yeah. Oh, I already forgot about that. Last weekend, we took the kids to a park that's about 40 minutes north of where we are, and we spent the entire drive home making jokes about a superhero named Captain Minor Inconvenience. I'm sure we're not the first people to think of that particular funny idea, but it was still rather funny to role play on the way home as Captain Minor Inconvenience. Okay, That is monster's turn. So right at the moment, this zombie is the only monster that can do anything. Swinging its cleaver at Morkai, it hits him with a critical hit of 2. And he doesn't defend any. Look at that. 3 black shields. Statistically, extremely unlikely roll. This drops Morkai to 2. Now, I wouldn't say these dice have been rolling in overabundance of black shield so far, but that's definitely weird. Okie dokie, Ragnar. Ragnar has a few options as well. His options right at the moment are help Morkai or open the door into the red room. He's going to help Morkai. I kind of wish we could swap him and Morkai, both from a health perspective and the idea that Ragnar attacks a little harder when he actually rolls skulls. Ragnar loads an arrow into his crossbow and fires at the zombie, hitting it with a 2. Oops. There we go. The zombie defends one and not the other. So damaged but not destroyed. Can he do anything else? Yes, I guess he can use his second action to search this hallway for secret doors. There are none, but we might as well use up the action. Morkai, meanwhile, is going to do the old move away a little bit and fire stronger. Sending a blast of energy from his redwood wand, he hits the zombie with a 1, which might kill it. And it does. Chip damage that guy until he's gone. Oh, yes, that's resetting our zombie drawers. Okay, Moonstone. Options here. Leave the room, open the red door, go deal with that other skeleton. You know what? No, I'm going to have her open the door. There are 2 heroes over there dealing with that situation. It's a single monster. There's no reason for her to go over there too. We are going to have her go open this door. 1, 2, and 3. In the red room. No further doors. There is, however, an alchemy bench. Let's put down a carpet right here. Or alchemy table. I've heard that said both ways. A chair or a throne. A mummy. Right in the doorway. And a dread sorcerer by the name of Gore Salar. Dread sorcerer right here is technically the boss for this quest. Not a particularly powerful boss, but a boss all the same. Okay. Making sure I know his stats and his weird stuff that he has. Alchemy table always looks like the saddest unpainted. Yeah, I agree. That is one that can like really come to life when it is painted. I'm trying to remember. So I said this on a stream fairly recently. So Savannah just put in the poll tonight for the new dice bags, and I happen to remember that 3 of those dice bags contain furniture types. I don't remember if alchemy tables are one of them, but there's part of me that's saying there is. See, this is why I still vote on those dice bags, because my memory is so bad that even though I'm the one who put the stuff in there, I don't remember. I remember general details. I remember what's in the black bag, because it's a big enough, interesting thing to me anyway, that I remembered it. I remember that there are 3 pieces of furniture, but I'm not sure what they were. But I kind of hope one of them is an alchemy table. Okay, Moonstone has moved, but she can still attack. So the question here is she going to attack, or is she going to search for traps in that room? Or would it be beneficial for her to cast a spell? You know, it may actually. Do we do that? She's got a pretty funny spell. But I think I might hold off for a minute, just in case. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so is she going to search for traps in this room or attack that mummy? She is going to attack the mummy. Okay. In that case, she is going to continue her movement. Remember that opening a door is not an action, so she is allowed to open a door and then move more. We are going to, actually, we're going to put her here, I think. And she is still within line of sight of that mummy to attack it. She is now out of line of sight of the boss unless the boss moves, which it can. She sends a blast of energy from her redwood wand at the mummy, hitting it with a critical hit of 3. Wow, that's a good timing for a critical hit. The mummy blocks 1 and takes 2. Damaged but not destroyed. And it is now the monster's turn. Okay, we're already pointing at these guys, but there's some interesting stuff that needs to happen there, so let's go ahead and take care of this skeleton right, the skeleton right here first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, which is the maximum amount a skeleton can roll. Is it attacking Mordecai or Ragnar? It's actually going for Mordecai. I suppose that's the one it saw open the door. The skeleton swings its scythe at Mordecai and misses him entirely. That's also pretty wild. Down here, the mummy, of course, is chasing her out the door and attacking her, swinging its fist and hitting Moonstone with a 1. And, oh wow, she doesn't block a thing, dropping her to 4 body points, and for the second time in something like 15 or 20 minutes, these dice have rolled 3 black shields. Again, statistically extremely unlikely. Weird. And the boss. The boss is also going to move to the door. However, rather than attacking, it is going to cast a spell of summoning. Now let me remind myself exactly what this does. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. This spell of summoning triggers a small army of monsters to appear up here. Among this small army of monsters that is appearing based on the spell of summoning is a gargoyle, and we're using good old classic Games Workshop / Milton Bradley gargoyle. We are also summoning 2 Dread Warriors and a Chaos Warrior, aka the Bad News Patrol. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. So at least one of these guys should be able to get to Ragnar. Let's see if it's going to be the Dread Warrior or the Chaos Warrior. I don't think the Gargoyle's got enough to get to him. How much does a Gargoyle move? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Close, but not quite. But yes, either the Dread Warriors or the Chaos Warriors could get to him. So let's make Dread Warriors red. Yes, it is going to be the Dread Warrior. We'll just move the one closest to him. Dread Warrior swings its mace at Ragnar, but misses. Jeez. Okay. Kind of wild. And yeah, I think particularly the Gargoyle, I would like for it to stay up there. The Warriors I don't care so much about. But I think being that they can move down there pretty easily, we're going to leave them where they are. Okay. Back to the hero's turn. Now is the time for the final assault, heroes. We need to pull out every tip and trick that we have left in the book and get these guys gone. Ragnar. Okay. Just kind of looking at his options for what he has available to him that he can do. Okay. I really wish that all 3 heroes were right within his line of sight, but they are not. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. First off, Ragnar is going to use his Rallying Call skill. The knight and every hero in the same room or corridor may roll +2 defense dice until there are no longer any monsters in the knight's line of sight. This is not, unfortunately, going to apply to Moonstone, but both Ragnar and Mordecai will get +2 defense for as long as Ragnar can see monsters. That's the first thing. That is not an action for him to do that, by the way. He is also going to cast his Courage spell. Now, this is a new thing for Ragnar. He has been building the magic skill and the magic memorization skill sets. The only reason he has the ability to cast is the only spell that he has. His skills are not spells. He is going to get +2 attack until he can no longer see any monsters. And I think also, because the situation calls for it, we are going to allow him to go ahead and drink the heroic brew he found. So we're emptying his page of cards. He no longer has any cards. The heroic brew allows him to make 2 attacks this turn as a single action, which is going to be the last thing he's able to do. I'm going to hopefully... Oh, there you go. Hopefully he's going to be able to get rid of that skeleton at least. If not the skeleton, and at least damage the Dread Warrior. Okay, so who's getting the increased stat now? I assume it's one of the summoned monsters, or is it the boss? So is it one of the warriors, the gargoyle, or the boss getting a stat increase? In the meantime, Ragnar swings his battle axe at the High Mage skeleton, hitting it with a critical hit of 4. That is surprisingly not a skilled strike on these guys, just because they have a lot of body points. However, it did not defend a single thing, so it is indeed destroyed. Now that was the final High Mage skeleton destroyed, so we have a special message triggered by the destruction of the 4th High Mage skeleton. The heroes see a mage's spirit briefly. It speaks in a haunting voice. Go to the arena of Massilia beneath the altar. Interesting. The boss. Understood. Okay, let's go ahead and roll that now. Although Ragnar does have one more attack, and I don't want to forget that. Low card is going to be attack. Medium card is going to be defense. High card is going to be body points. That is a low card. So our boss, Gor Salar, is getting an extra attack dice, which means he will have 5. 5 close range attack dice, 4 defense dice, 4 body points. He was 4s across the board. Now he's going to be 5, 4, 4. All right. Ragnar, thanks to the heroic brew, is now also going to make an attack against the Dread Warrior. I just realized I didn't apply the courage. I mean, he still beat that skeleton fair and square, but I didn't apply the courage. Ragnar swings his battle axe at the Dread Warrior, hitting it with a 4. And the Dread Warrior doesn't defend a single thing. Wow. So Ragnar was apparently saving his usefulness for the end here. Okay, Mordecai has surely got some tricks up his sleeve in a similar way. He's got a genie spell that would definitely do some good. But I would like to... I don't really want to use the genie on the mummy. I'd like to do it on either the boss or one of those harder guys up there. I'd also kind of hate to leave Moonstone alone to deal with that guy down there. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I think I've got a plan based on the things that we have left available to us. Mordecai is in kind of a weird situation for sure, but I think what we're going to do is we're going to roll Mordecai. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, I'd really like to cast that genie on the gargoyle, but I think we are instead, just so that we're not leaving... Oh no, they can totally get to Mordecai on both sides because the monsters can stand on the trap. Crud. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. but putting him there is still going to leave him available to get hit on 2 sides. The only way he doesn't get hit by 2 monsters at once is if we put him in the room. Or put him next to Ragnar, leaving him where he was. But there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, no, you know what? So I always consider the spells to have the same range as the long range attacks, which is a 13 by 13 square in which the hero is standing in the center, which essentially means 6 squares out and 6 squares to both sides, as long as they really should be able to see the monster, and he definitely can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means that that Chaos Warrior is given right at the very tippy tip edge of his range, but it is at the end of his range. Justin says, I hear the words Ragnar and usefulness in the same sentence. That can't be right. Well, he did have a particularly good turn just there. So, Mordecai is actually, he's not going to move as I thought he was going to. He is able actually to cast a spell without needing to move. I would like to at least take a potential chance of knocking that Chaos Warrior out before it really does anything. And he is going to cast his Genie on that Chaos Warrior. So the Genie immediately attacks the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 1. And the Chaos Warrior does not defend. Boy, the Genie spells have not been super useful recently, have they? Am I remembering right in saying that the last several times Genie has been cast by any heroes, it's been basically useless? Yeah, good point, Dr. Funnut. Now, Mordecai does technically also have a second action, and the weapon that he is holding can also shoot that same amount. Theoretically, it should be less damage, but that Genie was not feeling it tonight, apparently. So, Mordecai is also going to send a blast of energy at that same Chaos Warrior from his Redwood Wand, hitting it with a 2, and it didn't defend either one. Boy, that's kind of sad when a basic attack hits harder than a Genie. The Chaos Warrior is still not destroyed. It has 1 body point left. Okay, down here in the boss room, we have Moonstone the Druid fighting a mummy. Okay. I'm going to take the hopeful chance that she gets a really lucky hit on this mummy and destroys it. We're going to leave her attacking close range, and she has less attack dice this way, but I'm really hoping she'll get lucky. Swinging her wooden staff, she misses the mummy. Okay, well, that is definitely the opposite of getting lucky. That's not the result we wanted at all, and unfortunately that kind of renders the other thing that I had in mind a little bit useless. That sucks. Okay, well, it is what it is. I think we are going to have her cast her Life Force spell, which is a healing spell that recovers her 4 body points. She's not like about to die or anything, but she's not in a great place. So just because she's likely to get attacked by both the mummy and the boss on the next turn, 1, 2, 3, and 4 puts her back up at 8 body points. And that was it. She attacked and missed, and then cast a spell. So it is now the monster's turn. Okay, I'd really like to leave that gargoyle where it is, but if it makes more sense for it to move, we're not going to leave it sitting there. So anyway, let's do this part first, I suppose. The mummy swings a fist at Moonstone, hitting her with a 1, and she does not block it, dropping her back to 7 body points, basically immediately. Additionally, the boss, 1, 2, 3, is going to move, and now it can either attack her close range or cast one of its 2 dread spells. Either would be a viable option, I would say, at this point. I mean, 4 attack dice is pretty good, but especially because Shamrock increased its attack stat. Red for a physical attack, black for a spell. It is going to go for one of its spells. Now, it only has 2, so we're going to randomize that 2. However, I just drew the last card in my randomizer deck, so let me shuffle that up here real quick. Whoops. Okay, nice and simple here. Red for the top card, black for the bottom card. We're going for the bottom card, and that is Fear, which he is going to cast on Moonstone. Now, we're pretty familiar with this spell. It's been used a couple of times. This spell can cause any one hero to become so fearful that they may only use 1 attack dice. This spell can be broken on a future turn by the hero rolling 1 movement dice for each of their mind points. If a 6 is rolled, the spell is broken. Now, the way we've started playing this, and this was actually at the suggestion of Bohemius, one of the regular viewers, is that this spell has to take effect for at least 1 turn, as long as the card doesn't specify that it could be broken immediately, and this card doesn't. So for her next attack, she's only getting 1 attack dice, and then we'll let her roll to see if she breaks the spell. I used to play it the other way. Okay, and then up here with the warriors and the gargoyle, I think we're going to send both of the warriors down here and leave the gargoyle unless both of these guys are killed, and it just makes the most sense then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Dread Warrior attacks Ragnar, swinging its mace and hitting him with a 3. Now remember, he is benefiting from the Rallying Call, giving him 2 extra defense dice. He blocks 2 of those hits and takes 1, dropping him to 5 body points. The Chaos Warrior, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, moving its full amount, attacks Mordecai, swinging its axe and hitting Mordecai with a 2. Mordecai is also benefiting from the Rallying Call, and he blocks that attack. Now, I did actually drop this black dice, but oh well. I mean, or black shield. It's not like it would change the result of the roll. So he blocked it just barely. And tell you what, we'll move the gargoyle 1, 2, 3. So just so that it could get down there in 1 movement if it needed to. But I would really like for them to go up and attack it there. This is going to take us back to the hero's turn. Now, Ragnar has pulled out all of his stops, so now he's just kind of benefiting from the residual effects. He is still operating under courage. He swings his battle axe at the Dread Warrior. Holy crap, I'm throwing dice everywhere. Hitting that Dread Warrior with a 4. And again, the Dread Warrior blocks absolutely nothing and is destroyed. Ragnar once again being kind of useful. I mean, again, those were incredibly lucky dice rolls. And then I think we'll go ahead and move him. Do we want to move him out of the doorway? I was going to move him up to the Chaos Warrior, but actually I'd kind of like for him to serve as a block to this doorway as well. So let's go ahead and do that. And that is going to switch us over to Mordecai. Now, what's our best bet here? Mordecai is unlikely to kill that Chaos Warrior at close range, but he might need to try because the best option, I think, is going to be he has a Tempest spell that he could cast on the boss to make it miss its next turn. And I do think that would be valuable. That is going to mean that he has less likely of a chance to kill that Chaos Warrior, but I think it's a chance we should take. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and check that he does have line of sight to that boss. Wow, that camera makes that look way worse than I'm seeing it here with my own 2 eyes. My eyes are saying that doesn't cross a wall, but the camera, the way the camera shows it, that crosses a wall hardcore. That's weird. That is genuinely weird to see that difference. The difference in my eyes to the camera. Even from up here, it doesn't look to me like it crosses a wall, but on camera, it really looks like it crosses that wall. That's kind of crazy. The camera, I suppose, is angled. If I were to bring it a little bit more directly over, maybe the camera would see more like what I'm seeing, so that you guys can see that I'm not just acting crazy. It still looks like it crosses that wall. I don't know, that might be a little too close for us to allow that, actually. If I hadn't looked at it on camera, I would have allowed it, because again, to my eyes, it looks like it doesn't cross that wall, but even moving the camera, that looked like it crossed the wall to me. That sucks. Okay, well, I suppose then the next best thing as far as him being able to use Tempest in a way that is going to be beneficial to everybody would either be to cast it on the Gargoyle or on the Mummy. And Moonstone not getting hit by both monsters honestly probably is the better of those two options. So if he can't freeze the boss, let's at least freeze the Mummy. Mordecai is going to cast his Tempest spell on this Mummy, which means it is going to miss its next turn. Additionally, he swings his Wizard Staff at the Chaos Warrior, hitting it with a 1, which will kill it if it doesn't defend anything, but it does block the attack. That's fair. It's a big armored dude. It should have blocked that attack. Moonstone is now where we are at, and she is going to make an attack and just hope that she lands a skull. Because she is afflicted by fear, she only gets 1 attack dice. However, if she can still land 1 skull on the Mummy and it doesn't block, she's still destroyed it. It'd be a little disappointing considering the Tempest spell, but it is highly unlikely. Moonstone swings her wooden staff, hitting the Mummy with a 1. And what do you know, the Mummy does not defend a single thing. Now, because the Mummy was already damaged previously, that does mean that the Mummy was destroyed. Also means that Mordecai's Tempest spell was totally ineffective, but we had some insurance, I guess. And now that we have done that, we will allow Moonstone to try and roll to break the fear spell. Now, she has 5 mind points. She's not very stupid. Which I guess is a very negative way of saying she's pretty smart. If there is a 6 on any one of these dice on this roll, she has broken the spell. Oh, right at the last moment, she got a 6 from the dice rolling over and over and over. I really didn't think she was going to break that, but by chance she did. But I bet she's about to get hit by another spell, so probably didn't matter a huge amount. Alright, with that, we are at the monster's turn, and we have got probably all 3 of the monsters on the board attacking. Let's leave the boss for last, just out of interest's sake. First off, the Chaos Warrior swings its axe at Mordecai. Ouch! Hitting him with a critical hit of 5. Is there even anything that he can do about that? There sure isn't. Now, again, he does have a spell, a healing spell, that is going to allow him to stay alive, but for the first time in Midnight Quest history, a monster has just scored a skilled strike against a hero, which would technically make Mordecai super dead, except that he has a healing spell that he can use at the last moment to heal himself back up to 4. But nonetheless, that is, for the first time in Midnight Quest history, that Chaos Warrior has just scored a skilled strike on a hero. Mordecai could not possibly have defended that. He still would have died no matter what. So he remains at 4 body points thanks to the Water of Healing spell that he had saved pretty much exactly for that reason. But interesting nonetheless. Okay. Moving on from that, we have the Gargoyle, who might as well come down here and attack Ragnar. 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't want that to be how that worked, but it would be stupid not to do it. The Gargoyle swings its sword at Ragnar, hitting him with a 1. Which he blocks. And over here, the boss must be extremely angry with Moonstone for throwing off that spell. However, the boss, just like a hero, has 2 potential actions, which means that it can attack close range and cast its other spell. So, Gor Salar swings his staff at Moonstone. Whoops, I bumped the dice cam. Somehow only hitting her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. And also casts its other dread spell at her, which is Tempest, which is the spell that was just cast on that mummy. It works exactly the same way. Moonstone is going to miss her next turn. So that boss is holding out, and it did very well in distracting the other 2 heroes as well. Okie dokie, back to Ragnar, who is using his courage-boosted battle axe to hit the gargoyle, hitting it with a 4. You know what? Actually, I didn't even roll enough dice there. He's supposed to have 6 attack dice. Let's roll one more there. Okay, didn't change anything. He hit the gargoyle with a 4. And the gargoyle defended 3 of those hits, taking only 1 body point of damage, meaning that it is reduced to 3. That could have been a 1-hit kill if it hadn't defended anything. But you can't kill a gargoyle that easily. And well, that would have been kind of stupid if it hadn't. Okay, Mordecai's going to do the old move back and shoot, hopefully finishing off this Chaos Warrior. It only has 1 body point left. Firing a blast of energy with his Redwood Wand. He hits the Chaos Warrior with a 2. The Chaos Warrior blocks one of the hits, but not the other one, meaning that it is indeed destroyed. The Chaos Warrior put up a pretty decent fight, considering that it had all but one of its body points taken away before it even approached the hero. And that is both of Mordecai's actions. Over here with Moonstone, unfortunately, the Tempest prevents her from doing anything this turn. However, the Tempest is gone now. Monster's turn. The Gargoyle attacks Ragnar, swinging its sword and hitting him with a 3. His Rallying Call boosted defense allows him to block 2, but not the other one, dropping him to 4 body points. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty of body points here as well. And over here, Gor Solar also attacks Moonstone with his chat boosted, or rather, I guess, void boosted attack, hitting her with a 2. And she defends neither, dropping her to 5. That's right, because she used her Life Force spell. I thought she was a little lower than that. She did just come out of a Tempest, so it kind of makes sense. And that is going to bring us back to Ragnar. Yes. Ragnar again swinging his courage-boosted battle axe at the gargoyle. Hits it with a 3. And it doesn't block a single one of those hits, being destroyed. Making sure that gargoyle gets kind of rotated around there. With his other action, I suppose Ragnar is going to go into this room. We don't need to roll him to move 2 spaces. That's not a big deal. So that he is in there with the boss. Mordecai is also going to head in there, although there's no reason for him to get adjacent. 1, 2, 3. Whoops. And he is going to send a blast of energy from his Redwood Wand at Gor Solar, hitting the boss with a critical hit of 3. He blocks 1 and takes 2, dropping him to 2 body points total. Finally, Moonstone. Yeah, she's kind of out of tricks too. She still has the Wall of Stone spell, but that's not going to help her unless she, if she wanted to like move into the room and put a wall there to kind of like save herself, she could, but we're not at that point. That's not necessary. She does, however, attack better at long range, so I do think we will move her over 1. She sends a blast of energy at Gor Solar with her wand, hitting him with a 1. Okay. Just making sure I remembered stuff. Hitting him with a 1, which he doesn't block, dropping him to 1 body point. Now that seems fairly anticlimactic. However, let us not forget that under Final Showdown starting in my quest. Nice, that's weird how well that lined up. We're also starting the Final Showdown here. Of course, your Final Showdown has a little bit more stakes, being that you're at the last quest of the book. It is Gor Solar's turn, and while he seems pretty finished off, he does have, under our current difficulty level, a potion of healing to drink. So let us remove all 3 of his damage markers, allowing him to go right back up to 4 body points at full strength. And he's out of spells, but he's still a pretty hard hitter, both naturally and thanks to Shamrock's boost Which hero is he going to hit? Because any of them are within his reach. Not Tiaga. He's going for Ragnar. That kind of makes sense. Ragnar's the closest to him. Swinging his staff, he hits Ragnar with a 3. Ragnar still benefiting from the Rallying Call boost. Blocks all 3 of those hits. Ragnar having the courage and the Rallying Call for the end of the quest is making this a little bit... he's pretty beefy right at the moment. Do we move Gorsalar as well? Is there anywhere that he could move? He can't leave the room because he can't move through heroes. Yeah, so there's actually no real place he could go that would benefit. I guess we'll move him back a couple of spaces just because, but Ragnar can catch right back up to him. Okay, it is Ragnar's turn. Ragnar swings his courage-boosted battle axe, hitting Gorsalar with a 4. Well, let's hope he defends, because if he doesn't, that is a one-shot. And he doesn't. Gorsalar, at the end of the day, might as well not have even had that potion of healing, because when it mattered most, he rolled absolutely no defense dice and was destroyed. Want to make sure that I mark that on Ragnar's sheet. He killed Gorsalar. And with the death of both Gorsalar and the monsters that he summoned, a staircase magically appears at the foot of the altar, revealing the path to the arena of Masildia. Now we've got a couple more things we need to search for before we actually end tonight, so let's go ahead and take care of that. Ragnar moved and attacked, so it is now Mordecai's turn. The room they are in has been searched, but this kind of like maroon room over here has not. So let's get Mordecai over there. Is he going to stop and search for traps first? Yes, he is. And there is one single trap in that room. It is a spear trap. Oh yeah, I guess the Rallying Call and the Courage have both worn off. All right, and Moonstone then can kind of do the same thing with the room that Gorsalar was in. Is she going to get anything special in there? No, surprisingly. Why was I thinking there were some spell scrolls involved here? I guess not. Must be thinking of a different quest. Okay, is she going to search for traps before she walks into that room? Yes, she is. There are no traps in Gorsalar's room. So with her other action, we'll go ahead and move her in there in anticipation of doing those other searches on her next turn. Okay, for Ragnar, there's really no reason to just kind of stick around doing nothing. Everybody else is taking care of searches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just head him up towards that staircase. Oh, you know what? There is actually something interesting that we need to do that I didn't think of until just now. Okay, this is actually rather annoying now that I've just suddenly thought of this. We're going to position Ragnar to take over what Mordecai is doing, and Mordecai is actually going to move over. There is actually potential further danger because Tiaga does need to get to the staircase, which means the extra orcs that she might summon on the way to the staircase might actually make a difference to the hero's survival. That is an interesting thought, but one that is 100% true. Okay, unfortunately, Mordecai doesn't have anything that can speed up him getting over there. He does have a pass-through rock spell, so we could kind of do with him what Moonstone should have done if I hadn't been a moron, but I don't know if I want him following Tiaga either. I would rather have her... Okay, either way, I'm going to roll the dice for Mordecai and see what he gets. 6 is not very good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. He's got a healing spell left that I would like him to go use on her to revive her so that she can get to the staircase. Kind of wish I had thought of that a little bit earlier. Okay, Moonstone. Treasure or secret doors, but in the other order. Secret doors or treasure. She's doing secret doors first, and there are none. With her other action, she can go ahead and search for treasure. Let's see what she finds in that room. A potion of warmth. How absolutely and totally useless. We will probably sell that, or she could keep it. It does heal 1 single body point if they use it outside of the Frozen Horror expansion. And that is it. No monsters on the board. It's too bad Tiaga can't heal herself. She doesn't have any potions or healing spells that she could use, and it wouldn't make sense for her to be able to cast a spell while she's unconscious anyway. Anybody in the chat feeling like redeeming a potion of healing for her to just heal herself? You don't have to. That's certainly no pressure on mine. We've got an option to get her there anyway, but it would speed things up a little bit if somebody gave her either a restoration potion or a healing potion. In the meantime... Oh, thank you, Gohan. Very much appreciated. So that is going to put Tiaga back up to 4 health. And revive her and allow her to take a turn. Hopefully she can get where she needs to go pretty quick. But she didn't use much of her stuff before she went unconscious there. Tiaga awakes in a hallway in a daze, wondering why she is alone and what happened to all the monsters that were there last she knew. Unfortunately, she is still subject to the stupid roll, and because we used Lightning Bolt a couple of times, which I do think was justified, the only way she succeeds the stupid roll is by rolling 2 6s. If this is anything less than 2 6s, she loses a body point and gets a couple of orcs summoned immediately. Look at that! I mean, come on. Twitch, clip that. Because that's insane. I mean, that is absolutely wild. I'm not going to complain even one bit, but that is wild. Okay, she succeeds her stupid roll and takes her turn as normal. Huh. Okay, tell you what we're going to do. With her first action, we are going to have her cast Demon Form. For a very particular reason. Now, normally this just gives her an extra attack dice for closer long range, but maybe more importantly, it allows her to ignore pit traps. And there is one between her and where she needs to go. So let's now roll her to move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and she gets to just step right over that pit trap like it's not even there. Okay, I think we will still send the other heroes over to her in anticipation of some other orcs spawning, because she's very unlikely to do that. For every turn that we need her, but that is absolutely insane. That's blown my mind entirely that she just rolled 2 6s. Ragnar, we are going to just go... That's great. So we've got it double clipped there. My automated clip response and also Justin clipping it. Yeah. Did you know about that, by the way, Justin? That Twitch recently, I don't remember if you were in the chat the night that I mentioned this, but I got a notification from Twitch saying that if you say those words, if I say it again, it'll do it. Twitch will automatically clip something for you. So actually, I should be able to help out with the clips now as well because of that. It won't cause me any pause to knock one of those out. Ragnar is now in the room. He needs to either search for secret doors or treasure. He can't do both on this turn. Which one is he doing? He's doing secret doors, and there are none. Yeah, so that's actually why I said that. So Twitch automatically clipped that little piece right there. But now you'll have it twice. Okie dokie. What's going on? What were we just doing? Morkai. Morkai's turn. And he is headed up towards Tiaga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. both to kind of help out with those orc spawns, and also because he has a heal body spell left that can help her get to the stairs before she goes unconscious again. Moonstone. Everything has been done down here in the boss room. So we just also need to move her kind of somewhere around Tiaga and the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So that she is prepared to help out with potential orc spawns and whatnot. That brings us back to Tiaga, who again needs to start her turn with a stupid roll where the only way she doesn't lose that demon form, lose a body point, and have 2 orcs attacking her is if this is 2 6s. Can it happen twice in a row? Unfortunately not. 9 is a pretty good roll, but it's not what she needed. So she is attacked by the Dread Spirit of Melar, dropping her to 3 body points, breaking the demon form, which we figured was going to happen. It served its purpose. And also, unfortunately, summoning 2 orcs to attack. Now, these are just Mountain Orcs, basic Hero Quest stats. 3 attack, 2 defense, 1 body point orcs. But both of them act as wandering monsters, and both of them attack immediately. The first one swings its sword and hits her with a 1. She does not block, dropping her to 2. The second one swings its sword, hitting her with a critical hit of 3. Oh no. She blocks 1, takes 2, and unfortunately is again knocked unconscious. Jeez. Here comes Luke as a seal. Yeah. Oh, Tiaga. Dang it. So she can't take her turn until Mordecai gets up there to heal her, because I mean, you guys could heal her again, but there's a cooldown for sure. Dang it. Oh man. Okay. This is the last thing that we need to do. The quest is for all intents and purposes over, but because of the extra danger posed by her essentially summoning orcs, we do have to do this part. Ragnar can now spend his other action. He's not on camera, is he? Searching that maroon room for treasure, which is going to be the last search that needs to happen. Amidst old rags, tattered fur robes, and soiled blankets, Ragnar finds a small sack containing 15 gold coins. Very nice. The classic 15 gold text. That puts us up to 1,880. 9 more minutes, yeah. Yeah. Okie dokie. A restoration potion would get her back up, but that's a lot of points to spend for something that's like kind of stupid. You know what I mean? It'd pop her back up all the way to full health, but geez. It's still such a silly thing, but is where we are. Okay, Ragnar also can move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Again, we're just kind of posting everybody near enough to her to defend her for these orc attacks that are inevitably going to happen. Mordecai should theoretically be able to get up there to heal her. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And from the doorway, he can cast his heal body spell on her. And this is going to give her 4 body points. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ooh, guys, don't let me forget she has the Darkwing spell. Tiaga has a Darkwing spell which allows her to ignore damage and move immediately to any square she can see. I maybe should have done that. Gohan says, I'll save the 4,200 points and wait the timer out. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Moonstone, also kind of moving up towards. Moonstone is down here. Very slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moving up towards Tiaga. And we are now at Tiaga's turn. And again, we need to start with the stupid roll. Boy, she might really be screwed here. I maybe should have moved Mordecai 1 more square so that he was at least in the same room as her. But she needs to get 2 6s to successfully navigate the stupid roll here. And she does not. So unfortunately, she immediately loses a body point, going back down to 3, and 2 more orcs appear. Oh, man. Yeah, you know what? We might be running out of stuff to heal her with. We're not literally out at the moment, but we might be running out enough that this is going to be a problem if every time she summons orcs, they kill her. She is conscious again, yes. It is because of Mordecai's heal body spell. But she could still use the... she's going to lose these body points pretty quick. Okay, 2 more orcs spawn. The first one is swinging its sword at her and hitting her with a 2. She blocks 1 and takes 1, which drops her to 2. She needs to run. Yes, she does. She is surrounded. However, if she uses her Darkwing spell, which I'm thinking I will, she'll be able to get out of that situation. The second orc swings its flail at her and hits her with a 2. Okay, she blocks the attack. Okay, I guess I should have used Dark Wings in the first place there. Okay, let's get her out of there. Now that she is not dead, she can take her turn as normal. So let's just have her swing her broadsword at the orc that is right there, and hopefully she'll kill it enough that she can roll some dice to try and get out of there. Swing her broadsword at the orc. She hits it with a critical hit of 3, which for a basic stat orc is a skilled strike. That orc is super dead, which is exactly what she needed. Now let's get a halfway decent movement roll, because we just need to get her to the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's definitely not bad. Okay. Monster's turn. The orcs give chase. That orc hits Mordecai, swinging its sword. No, I'm sorry. Let me put that back. That orc has already attacked this turn cycle, but these two haven't. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That orc swings its sword at Mordecai, hitting him with a 2, which he blocks. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Ragnar, who is down here, kind of near the bottom of your screen, is... Now, he could go to the stairs and leave the quest, but at this point, I think we just need to get everybody, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, as close to Tiaga as they can to help her out with the stupid roll and defend her against orcs. Give orcs one less place to spawn. Mordecai is going to go ahead and attack. We're going to move him close to Tiaga, and then he is going to shoot at that orc in the doorway, firing a blast from his redwood wand and hitting that orc with a 1. Unfortunately, that orc defends the attack. Moonstone does not roll very much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sounds about right. Not close enough to attack the orc, but at least close enough to give Tiaga a little bit of a break. Tiaga's turn. For the stupid roll, she is getting +5 because she is adjacent to 2 heroes and in the same room as another. So +5. And she's rolled a 7, which is exactly, that is the minimum dice she would need to successfully avoid any damage here for the stupid roll, so she's good. Let's go ahead and move her. Let's hope she gets a decent movement roll here. 6 is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a race to the finish as she attempts to make it to the stairs before too many of these monsters catch up and start causing problems. In the meantime, the monster's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This orc swings its sword at Moonstone, hitting her with a 1, which she blocks just barely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This orc swings its sword at Ragnar, hitting him with a 1, which he blocks just barely. 1, 2, 3, 4. This orc swings its sword at Mordecai, hitting him with a 2. He blocks 1 and takes the other, dropping Mordecai to 3. Okay. Let's hope, given that these are basic stat orcs, that this is not too big of a deal. First off, Ragnar swings his battle axe at that orc, hitting it with a 3, which is a skilled strike for that orc. That orc is super dead. And with his remaining action, let's try and get him adjacent to Tiaga again. That worked out pretty well for us. 1, 2, 3, 4. He got lucky there that he's right behind her now. We're going to try and do the same thing with everybody. So Mordecai swings his wizard staff at the orc in front of him, hitting it with a 1, which does indeed kill that orc. And then with his other action, we'll try and move him. That's not going to do it. 1, 2. We won! Very nice! Glad to hear it. Moonstone, also attacking the orc in front of her, swings her wooden staff, but misses it. But I do believe we are going to let her run away in an attempt to get adjacent to Tiaga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, she is there. It is Tiaga's turn. She is doing her stupid roll at +4. But unfortunately, she only rolled a 4. Dropping her to 1 body point. And again, summoning 2 orcs. Let me pose a question to you guys. Dark Wings. Her spell Dark Wings. Cast the spell on an enemy's turn after you have suffered damage. Reduce the damage to 0 and move instantly to any unoccupied square that you can see. Can she apply that to the damage she just took from the stupid roll? Can she use Dark Wings to say, I didn't take damage there and I'm moving? The technicality here is that it is not an enemy's turn. Cast the spell on an enemy's turn after you have suffered damage. I don't know. What do you guys think there? Should she be allowed to apply this to the stupid roll? I think the orcs get summoned either way because she failed the roll. But can she at least negate the damage and teleport? Shamrock says, I don't think so. It doesn't, yeah, I mean, it doesn't go with the literal rules of the card, right? It says on an enemy's turn, and it's not an enemy's turn. It's one of those things that's like, is the spirit of the card, do we go by the spirit of the card or the literal wording of the card? Okay, honestly, I don't think it matters too much, because if either of these orcs hit her, she can use it then, because it is now an enemy's turn. Orc number 1 swings a sword at Tiaga, but misses. Orc number 2 swings a sword at Tiaga, hitting her with 1, which she does not block. Now, this would knock her unconscious again. However, the Darkwing spell should allow her to negate this. Cast a spell on an enemy's turn after you've suffered damage, reduce that damage to 0, and move instantly to any unoccupied square that you can see. And maybe this is also a weird thing, but she can see the stairs. I'd say she teleports to the stairs, which means she can exit the quest. Justin says the story overall was decent, but I like Gathering Storm better. There were cool mechanics. It was way more generous to the wizard in terms of gear. Final boss was really cool. We cheesed it, got lucky with a couple of spells. Sets up some potential story where a new dragon aids us. Nice. That's definitely an interesting idea. Okay, monster's turn. Both of these. Oh, we do have one orc who can move. Both of these orcs have already attacked on this turn cycle, but this orc here in the room with Mordecai hasn't done anything yet. This orc swings its sword, hitting Mordecai with a 2. He blocks 1 and takes the other, dropping him to 2 body points. He does have a potion of healing, by the way, thanks to that item swap. Ragnar's potion of healing got swapped to him. Okay, let's get everybody else to the stairs, because that is all we need to do. We are back to Ragnar, who's going to step forward and try and take out this orc that is now standing in his way. Whoops. He swings his battle axe at the orc and misses it entirely. Come on, Ragnar. Now was not the time. Jeez. Okay, we'll go ahead and let Mordecai here at least take a swing before he heads out the door. Swinging with his wizard staff, he hits that orc with a critical hit of 2. The orc defends 1, but not the other, so it is indeed dead. Mordecai also then moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to go ahead and get him out here. Moonstone. pretty much going to do the exact same thing. She is going to fire with her redwood wand at that same orc that Ragnar missed, firing a blast of energy and hitting that orc with a 1. It does not defend, meaning that it is also dead. And then she's going to move. That's the way to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, allowing her to exit the quest. Tiaga has exited the quest, therefore she does not need to do the stupid roll or take her turn at all. We are to the monster's turn, and this orc right here can attack Ragnar, and well, he should be hit considering he missed one of the easiest monsters in this entire quest. Orc swings its sword, hitting Ragnar with a 2. He defends 1 and not the other, dropping him to 3 total body points. And this should be the final turn here. Ragnar turns to swing his battle axe at this orc, hitting it with a 3, which is a skilled strike, destroying the orc, and basically guaranteeing that both him and Mordecai get to the stairs. There is no further threat in this quest, but just cause, we'll go ahead and do a couple of rolls here and allow them to exit. That is it. Woo! Justin says, the final boss has multiple stages, but I still think Witch Lord was cooler, but you know, that's subjective. Yeah. Interesting that it has multiple stages. That's pretty neat. All right, so let's go ahead and talk quest cleanup. We did successfully have at least a slightly shorter quest tonight. Still had some weird stuff happen here and there, but at least it was doable in a fairly short amount of time. Clean up unused spells and skills and get people's items put away. Careful to leave Tiaga's stuff, since she's still required to go on every quest in this book. There's really no point in putting her stuff away. Withheld the wandering monsters. Yes, well, that and the dice actually weren't being stupid. Okay, 200 gold, because each surviving hero gets 50. That's going to put us up to 2,080 coins total, which is good, because we might need to buy some potions of rejuvenation soon. After tonight, our potions of healing are seriously depleted. Not that this same set of heroes is going to be going on the quests, but the other thing that we need to do, of course, is skill set. So each surviving hero gets 2 skill set points, which must be spent immediately on one of the 6 skill set categories. Each of the 6 categories has 10 levels. All of the hero classes benefit from those levels differently, and there is not a benefit for every single level given. So I'm going to clean up the character sheets in addition to going ahead and doing this. So Ragnar, this was his 15th total quest. Let's see what he gets. Zealonox says the players run Pathfinder for, or I don't know why I said that as one. The players I run Pathfinder for do not appreciate my overthought math jokes. That's all good. Nothing wrong with a good overthought joke of any type. Ragnar's first point tonight is going towards magic memorization. I don't know why he's so obsessed with that skill tree, but he appears to really enjoy it. That is magic memorization level 5, and he does not get anything for that particular level. His second point is going to be Constitution level 5. Constitution increases your body points. However, there is also not a specific benefit for that level. So no particular benefit for Ragnar today. Which is a little bit of a shame because he was the one who killed the boss, but he's building up towards stuff. Shamrock says, pretty proud of myself. I actually made it to the end of a quest. Yes, you did. Absolutely. Mordecai. Boy, I've got to erase so much damage on everybody today. The heroes got the absolute snot beat out of them in this quest. We have quests like that every once in a while, but right off the bat in this quest, that mechanic of having all 3 doors open right in the very beginning of the quest, which just rains an army of monsters down on the heroes, in addition to the bearer of the Talisman of Lore potentially spawning more and more orcs on top of it, means that, I mean, we went through just about everything we had and barely made it out the other end. This was Mordecai's 12th total quest. He's still one of the kind of newer heroes. His first point tonight is going towards magic skill, which is good. That is magic skill level 4 for him. And that is tier 2 spells. Great. So Mordecai now has access to a slightly more powerful set of spells. That's definitely, I was surprised he didn't have those already. That's definitely very handy for him. His second point is going to be combat level 7. Mordecai also enjoys some good combat. He has really gone up that tree as well. Let's see. Unfortunately, there is no benefit for a wizard at level 7, but he's almost maxed it out, and there's some good stuff for that. Xeonox says they are currently going through a realm that is supposed to be infinite in scale, but they keep going in a circle. The floors are labeled in ways like floor 3.1, floor 3.14, floor 3.141. All of that is amazing. And they keep going in a circle. The shape of a pie. Oh, that's great. Okay, Mordecai definitely got a very big benefit there. Tier 2 spells is a big thing for a wizard, that's for sure. Moonstone. I thought Moonstone was going to be the one to take out the boss, which would have been neat. She's taken out some important bosses. She was the one who killed Varag in the very first quest of Book 1. That was not our Episode 1, that was our Episode 2. But that's a big boss for a lot of Hero Quest players, being that it's the first boss of the first quest. She also killed Belthor, which was a gargoyle in the Witchlord book. So, and that's not a monster that gets killed very often, because there's a mechanic in that quest book that means that monster doesn't have to be killed for the quest completion. So she managed to kill 2 pretty big important gargoyles. This was her 15th total quest. Her first point tonight is going to be combat level 5. Let's see, combat level 5 for a druid. Nothing. However, she will get something at level 6, so she's working towards that. Her second point, why are all the queens right in a row in this deck? That is wild. And queen doesn't help us with the randomization. Here we go. Nope, that one is also not helpful. Constitution level 3 is her second point, and there is no benefit for that. However, she will get an extra body point at level 4. So she's working towards some stuff there. No specific benefits for her tonight, but that is all right. And finally, Tiaga. Poor, poor Tiaga. Struggled in this quest worse than she has ever struggled in any quest in the entire history of this show. This stupid roll is absolutely killing her. Luckily, as I mentioned last night in the first part of the quest we finished just now, at the end of the next quest, she is going to be done with the stupid roll. She won't have to do it anymore, as long as the heroes don't fail the quest. So we'll still have to limp her through tomorrow night's, or not tomorrow night's quest, but the next quest. But we'll be at least done with the stupid roll after that. This was her 21st quest, making her, of course, far and away our most experienced hero. But that is just because she's been required to go on every single quest in this book. So she is driving our difficulty level dangerously high because she's been on so many quests. Her first point tonight is going to be Magic Skill level 10. This is her second max out of a category. Magic Skill level 10 for the Warlock is access to the tier 3 spells, making her our first hero to gain access to those. Yet another powerful tier of spells for her to have access to. Very, very nice thing for her to have for sure. And we can erase her randomization numbers for that category because she doesn't need any more skill set points. It's pretty common for the bearer of the Talisman of Lore in this campaign, at least in my test playthroughs, to be the first hero to max out every category. There are not enough quests, even if nobody dies ever, for everybody to max everything, but at least a few heroes are going to. And it's usually the bearer of the Talisman of Lore that makes it there first because of this quest requirement. Her second point is going to be Magic Memorization level 5. Definitely a good pairing. Memorization level 5 for a warlock is pick 2 spells. So that means that both of the spells that she gets that aren't just the 3 warlock spells are going to be ones that she can pick by name, which is going to be very handy considering she now has access to those tier 3 spells. Means she should be guaranteed to get some pretty good stuff. But I think for tomorrow we're gonna want to prioritize healing spells, because that was kind of her downfall in this quest, was that she didn't really have good healing stuff. Although, let us not forget too that the real reason she spent so much of tonight's quest unconscious was because she was being a detriment to the party because of all the orcs she was summoning. So that's also something we'll have to take into consideration in the next quest, is if she's being detrimental, we might just need to leave her unconscious for most of the quest and then limp her to where she needs to go at the last moment. We're in not a great situation with that stupid roll, but the next quest is going to be the last one that we have to worry about it for. So we'll be good to go. All right, with that, I think we are done for the night. And guys, let me tell you what, especially because I was sick at the beginning of this week and missed Monday and Tuesday, I was ready for this. I was looking forward to it. I've been looking forward to it all week, getting back in here and playing a quest and getting our storyline moved forward and seeing what's going on with this. So last night and tonight have been absolutely fantastic for me. Really happy to be back to doing this. Already looking forward to Monday and Tuesday coming up, which is going to be our next quest. So for all of you watching right now, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. For everybody who's thrown some stuff in the chat, a huge thank you for the conversation. I'd name names, but I'm bound to forget somebody, so I'll extend that as a general thank you genuinely to everybody who has been chatting here tonight, and also everybody that's been watching. Both Savannah and I appreciate quite literally every second that you guys spend watching this stuff. It means a whole lot, and it has been awesome to see the continued upward growth of this channel, which is turning 3 months old either tonight or tomorrow night. I might have to look at that, but we have been doing this an objectively short amount of time to have the following that we have, to have the dedication that we have from so many people, and we can't thank you guys enough for that. So sincerely, thank you. If you're interested in catching up on the story so far, we also have a YouTube channel, Midnight Quest Game, over on YouTube. You can catch all of the previous quest episodes, all of the previous painting streams, as well as daily shorts. So if you want to head over there, you can give us a good old subscribe and all that good stuff over there. We also post those shorts daily to TikTok and Facebook. If you are more into either one of those, you can check them out there. We have a Discord, a linked comment in the chat that you can hit if you're interested in joining our Discord. We're always having lots of fun conversations over there, in addition to conversations about lore and game mechanics and suggestions about any kind of general things. All of those things are super, super appreciated. So if you are interested in becoming a more active member of our community, or even just a support member of the community, everything is 100% appreciated. And again, we thank you all for supporting us in that way as well. If you happen to be watching this and you have not followed us here on Twitch, please feel free to do so. Helps us out a whole bunch. Helps us get more and more stuff going for this. Tomorrow night, we are going to be doing a painting stream. So my wife, Savannah, will be down here painting miniatures. I believe she is planning on getting as close as we can to finishing up the Goblin Archers, which is the last thing she needs to paint before she opens up the next dice bag. So I'm also excited to see which dice bag wins that voting poll and what is in the one that she ends up opening, which might happen during tomorrow night's stream. So yes. Oh yes, thank you for reminding me of that. Gohan is also 100% correct. If you're ever bored, sometimes chat is here early. It's very common for at least a couple of people, 1 or 2 people, to be here starting at like 11:30 in the chat, having fun with the old void, which is great. So if you're interested in some early conversation, then get here like 11:30 or so. It's almost always active by then at least, which is absolutely amazing. Okay. I think I have blabbed long enough, so with this last thing, we will go ahead and get out of here. Don't forget that we are here every single night of the week at midnight Eastern Time. We play quests on Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday nights, painting streams on Sunday and Wednesday nights, and creative/hangout streams on Thursday nights. Yeah, Justin was singing there early today, absolutely. So if you're interested, come back and hang out with us as often as you can, or even every night of the week. as long as we're not sick like we were at the beginning of this last week. We are here every single night. So we will catch you guys hopefully tomorrow night for the painting stream, and I will catch you guys again on Monday night for the next quest. Thank you one more time, and we will see you later.